Welcome to Team Korda's Carpfishing Masterclass. This is the first in a new series of films for you to keep and collect and refer back to that cover all aspects of carp fishing from all around the world. I'm here at Gigantica, which is a very pressured, very busy water in France. There's huge fish in here, and later on in the film we're going to show you exactly how to catch them. But for now, I'm going to hand you back to some of the other guys in the team who are specialists in their field, and they're going to show you how they tackle commercial day ticket fisheries. So sit back, relax, and prepare to be flooded with loads of carp fishing information.
It's a beautiful summer's day, which means only one thing, the time for a spot of floater fishing. As you can see, the boys are behind me. They're off to a flyer on Hunt's Corner. So what we're going to do now is take you through the do's and don'ts of floater fishing. Firstly, the rod, the Longbow DF Floater Special, and as it says on the tin, it is made for the job. It's 12 foot, 2 1/4, and the thing I love about this is the lovely springy tip. It really does help you enjoy the battle with the fish, but also it complements the reel line that I like to use. The reel is actually a Theory 4000 SP. It's a new one in the range and one that I absolutely adore, but I like to complement it with 30-pound Daiwa tournament braid. Now, a lot of people like to use mono, but I sort of have a balance. I do have the braided mainline, but I also add about 3 rod lengths of 8-pound cruiser control mono over the top. That just gives it a little bit of cushion during the fight. But the reason I use the braid is whether I'm fishing short range or long range, when the fish sort of takes the bait or rolls on the bait and takes it, it instantly sort of makes contact with the rod tip. So on many occasions, I don't even need to strike. On to Big Rich's floater setup, exactly the same rod, but you'll notice here he's got the ballistic reel, another great reel, another option from the Daiwa stable. But the other important thing is Big Rich likes to use mono on his floater rod. He either uses 6 to 10-pound cruiser control. If the lake's weedy or snaggy, then use the higher breaking strain. But if it's quite clear, like we've got at Hunt's Corner, you could get away with 8 or 6-pound. And it's all down to personal preference, you know. I like the braid, Rich likes the mono, but it's whatever gives you the most enjoyment. So that's the hardware, lovely bits of tackle that makes the floater fishing a lot more enjoyable. Next stop, rigs. Whenever I see you floater fishing, the interceptor float is a signature part of your approach. Why is that?
That's right, it's just so versatile, Al. If I was visiting a new lake for the first time, that would be on my rod. You can cast it miles, you can draw it back, you can fish sort of halfway out, you can even fish it close in if you want. Never tangles, sits really, really unobtrusively in the water. The fish are happy to feed around that, so it ticks all the boxes for me.
Right, brilliant. And the great thing is, like you say, whether you're fishing short range or long range, you can actually adjust the size of the float without actually having to cut anything off the line. That just slides off, doesn't it?
That's right.
And then literally with a groove in the line, straight off, and you can put on one of the bigger ones.
Yeah, we do 4 different sizes, so, you know, depending on what range you're fishing, you will find the right one.
Does it actually pay sometimes, because of the bolt effect of something like this? You mentioned it sits low in the water. If you actually have some of the, you know, the bigger bobble at closer range.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, I like to strike. I like to watch the hook bait and strike when I see it disappear. But these floats will work perfectly well as bolt rigs. The little concave bit in the front, and like you say, the bigger ones work even better as
like using a big lead on the
absolutely,
bottom.
yeah.
The same thing, it's increasing the resistance.
There are no rules, you know.
Yeah.
They're there to be cast a long way, but like you say, for the bolt rig purposes, perfect for close-in work if you want to do that as well. Right, this is for very, very subtle, close-in fishing. They go in with the sweetest plop, they don't spook fish, they're very, very unobtrusive. Fish, again, will feed around them quite happily. So, you know, flicking around close in, even singling out individual fish, you know, casting in front of them, drawing it back, that's when I'd go for the cruiser.
Yeah, and maybe on sort of lakes where they've been really pressured off the top, sometimes the more subtle approach with the cruiser over the longer bulbous interceptor, it might pay off. Now, how does this actually go onto the line? It looks very simple, I presume it is.
Well, it is very simple, yeah. All you do is thread your main line down the stem, and then I use a Palomar knot to a size 11 ring swivel, which fits nicely into the rubber grommet in the end of the float there.
That's it, nice and simple. So it's just basically an inline lead, isn't it?
That's right,
yeah. That floats. Right, onto the hook link, because this looks very soft and very supple. So firstly, what's the material and how long do you like to have the hook link?
Okay, that's £9 Guru Engage, and I like the hook link to be about that sort of long. So 6 foot.
Yeah, 2 foot for my wingspan,
yeah.
6 foot for yours, yeah.
Yeah, and what I actually do is, just to break up the outline of that hook link, I will grease with Vaseline from about sort of 3 or 4 inches from the float, right the way along the hook link, and sort of terminate it just before the hook, a couple of inches before the hook.
So that just breaks up the line, so those
That's
pressured fish don't see that line from the float right
No,
to
that's right, yeah.
Now, I like a side hook bait. Jimmy likes the super glue he's on. I'm not sure, Simon Scott probably has his own preferences. You like to use a hair rig.
That's right.
That's a very small size.
Size 12 mixer.
Okay.
Huge gape for the size of the hook, which is really, really important. But as you pointed out, very, very tiny hair, which actually makes it look a lot like your hook baits.
Yeah.
Does the same sort of thing, hides the hook really well. So very, very tiny hair, just whittle the bait down so it fits perfectly, and that size 12 mixer will hang nicely underneath.
Yeah, it just sits there. And why do you use the hair then?
Basically, when those fish are pac-manning your mixers out there, and if your hook bait, say, gets damaged or it goes a little bit less buoyant than you want it,
or you want to change colour.
Yeah, or change colour, whip it in, take it off. You haven't got to change your hook, you haven't got to super glue anything. You're straight back out there amongst the feeding fish.
Right, superb stuff. Well, there you go. A look at the rigs that we like to use. Time for some hook baits. The one thing I've noticed when I've watched you fishing on the surface is you tend to like to use a high visual one, don't you?
Yeah, a lot of the time, because when you're fishing at range, I actually like to see the hook bait rather than watching the float pull around when I get a take. I like to strike as soon as the fish takes that hook bait, and if you're using a drab coloured hook bait in the wind, you're never going to see it. So quite often I'll use a pink one, yeah.
You're not always picking the colour then for the attractor purposes, you're actually picking it for sight purposes.
Exactly, yeah.
Right,
yeah.
okay. Well, this is the first one, a little white chewed down one to, I suppose, mimic the shape of a mixer.
Yeah, exactly that. That works well, obviously, in if the water's a little bit, if the light levels are causing the water to go a bit darker, the white will obviously stand out against that.
Okay. And the pink, that's one that you seem to do really well on when we filmed Thinking Tackle on Hunt's Corner.
Yeah, it worked really well. It was nice and early, wasn't it? I don't think they'd been hammered early that year, so they were looking for sight rather than something subtle.
Yeah, and I remember that particular session, the fish that were actually in your swim, there wasn't that many, and you like you say, you were almost striking them as they mouthed it, weren't you?
Yeah, exactly. That was like the cherry on the cake. They quite often take that one before the offering. So
yeah, well, similarly to fishing on the bottom, isn't there?
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
a high visual bait over drab colours, and you get a pick up quicker than, you know, the one that's the needle in a haystack.
Exactly.
Right, and you know, this is the sort of signature, as we say, just as it's glued on there.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I like to have it nice and tight to the shank, so as soon as they mouth it, they're pretty much hooked.
And I suppose this is just when they're absolutely going for it, Jimmy.
Yeah, quite often you'll have to change over to a mixer to mimic the free offerings that you're using, especially when they're becoming wary of the colour baits.
Where you like to have the high visual element almost as a sight,
Yeah.
I like it because they can actually taste it.
Okay.
And if I put that on there, you coat it. You've got two options, Jimmy. You can dry this in the sun
Yeah.
and leave it to sort of settle onto the mixer, but you can add it on when it's wet as well, and that sort of leaks off, and I think it actually covers the hook.
Yeah, I remember you saying.
And you know, we did some recent filming with David Seaman as well, and he'd never seen it really. He hadn't done floater fishing for quite a few years, and he was shocked with the intent that the fish were taking these hook baits.
Yeah.
And I do think, you know, if you can find little edges like that where you're actually giving a bit of taste around the orbit of the hook bait,
Yeah.
that's a major plus point. Okay, well there you go. Vital points about hook baits on the top. So now it's time to look at the final part of the jigsaw, the bait that we put into the swim to get these fish revved up and ready to be caught. So it's no different to fishing on the bottom. You know, I always talk about the buffet theory, different sizes, different attractors, all sorts of things to get fish excited. Now, here we go. This is a handful of bait, really, just to give you a good idea. I've nicked some of these off our main man, Simon Scott. You've got some bone-shaped dog biscuits there, these bigger, larger morsels, and then some sort of medium-sized pellets, and then the little ones. You know, the little ones are really important early on in the session. I don't like to put them out for too long, but when you're struggling to get the fish feeding, these small ones, get them revved up. You know, they get excited, they get frustrated really when they're eating because they're not getting a massive fix. They're having a good chew, but there's loads of things for them to go at, and that's a great way to get sort of finicky carp feeding off the surface straight away. Now, how do you actually introduce them? Because there are a number of ways. Now, the most common form is the catapult. This is the Korda pult. This is a great way of getting them in at short to sort of medium range. You'll see us using the spod quite a lot. This is the Sky Winder. It's got no holes in, so when you want to get it out a little way with light mixers, just put a little bit of water in and it flies out there. And I like to, just before it's about to land, just sort of tap the line and get them to sort of shake the mixers out. And what you actually get with that is 2 lines of bait. You get the bit where the spod lands, so you get a little group further out, and then you get one slightly shorter. So when you're actually bringing that float back, you get 2 bites at the cherry, because you can often get 2 pockets of fish feeding, one at short range and one at medium range. And that's why we love the spod, and we've seen it on Hunt's Corner previously that the fish are not alarmed by it in any way, shape or form. If anything, they're excited by the spod. So, you know, have a go with the spod. If the fish are excited by it, keep putting it in. You don't even need the pole. Another way I like to introduce mixers is actually with the aid of a funnel web bag. Now, on some lakes, the fish might be further out, they don't particularly like the spod, and you can't get them out there with a catapult, so the funnel web bag with a little stone inside can come to the rescue, and it actually means you can introduce small and the larger pellets out there, and as it breaks up, they just sort of disperse and the fish come in and have a go at them. So there's 3 ways there to introduce food into your swim when surface fishing. Now, the pièce de résistance, I'm hoping we can show you it, but this is a little edge that's come of light in the last year. One of my mates discovered it. It's actually using the raspberry plume goo on the surface. This seems to, you know, really make a difference on days when the fish don't seem to be taking just the sort of natural, unflavoured mixers. What you do, I've got them in here, I'll have, you know, give you a show. You'll see they've just got a slightly red tint to them. And this is really easily done. You add a little bit of water to the bottom of a bucket. Just leave it, no mixers in it at this point, and then just quite simply just squeezing a bit of the raspberry plume into the bottom of the bucket, then stir it into the water, get it all mixed up, and then add your mixers. And you're not putting it in sort of neat, because it's watered down. You're getting a nice glaze on there, but it's subtle. It's just enough to get those fish excited, and then you've got the option of sort of fishing a gooed up single mixer over the top, or just a high visual one, something that will still stand out in amongst those attractive pellets. Anyway, less talking from me. About time we did a spot of floater fishing. There's fish all over the surface, and Jimmy and Rich are now sort of going to talk to us about when to bait up, when to cast in, how much bait to put out, all the things that you'll be wondering at home if you're new to floater fishing, because it is an art form. It can be very exciting when you get it right, and it can be very frustrating when you get it wrong. So, how's it looking, boys?
Incredible.
Piranhas?
Piranhas on the surface.
There are.
Now, how much bait have you put in, Jimmy, to get this sort of reaction? Like, how many pouch loads of bait do you think?
We put in about between 5 and 10 pouchfuls. It's all about feeding. Oh, there's one coming near it now. It's all about feeding little and often now. There's no point in piling it all in straight away, because obviously that limits your chances of them picking up your hook bait. You want them competing, and the only way to do that is feeding little and often.
Now,
Speaking
Richard,
of which, I've got to do some...
Yeah, some bait. Do you want the good ones?
Please, mate.
Now, you've got... you've done a fair bit of this type of fishing, Rich. When's the right time to cast in? Because that's what a lot of people...
It looks a lot like that.
Yeah, yeah, but there's on a lot of occasions, people would have put out, say, you know, a couple of pouch loads, got like 1 fish feeding on the surface, and then suddenly they're casting in their first rod.
It's always hard to restrain yourself, and I think we just about managed it. But when you've got them going and competing and racing for the next floater,
yeah,
you know that's the right time. The backs are surging around on the surface, then get it out there.
Rich, casting at the fish, okay? Someone's new to floater fishing, they might get so excited, see a pack of carp in their swim, munching around, and then end up casting the controller. Oh, he's in, go on, son. You end up casting the float right in amongst them.
Yep.
Now, is that a do or is that a don't?
That is a massive don't. Why spend all that time getting them feeding confidently only to ruin it by plunging your float right amongst them? So
cast past them.
Yeah.
Get the line
10
up in
yards
the air,
past, yeah.
and draw it back
slowly. You can go a bit quicker to start with, but inch it back once you get near the fish.
Here we go. Here we go. Big Bernard's big arms. He's going to lap this one up. Back of the net. Salmon swooped in.
Hey!
How about that? Teamwork.
Quality.
Brilliant.
Well, there you go. Proof of the pudding that the tactics we've shown you are working wonders. Richard's still firing mixers out there and they're having it. So I'm going to chuck another mixer out. Hopefully we'll snare another one.
she goes. Right then, time to talk a bit of fish science with the fish on the top. With human carp, the man has gills for ears. Scotty, now I've got loads of questions.
Guess what's every year?
The links get more tedious. Now, fish feeding on the surface. I've always wondered, is this something that comes naturally for them, or are we making them do something that makes them wary?
Okay, well, carp are a very adaptable animal. I mean, they'll feed, upstairs, mid-water, or on the bottom.
Right, carry on while he...
But yeah, while he's busy,
Yeah.
at least you've got something to watch while I talk. So yeah, they will adapt to feeding, but naturally they feed, they're bottom feeding fish. Their mouth parts are designed to feed on the substrate, in the mud and the sediment. But if you look at a wild population of carp that aren't being fished for, they will come and take natural food off the top. I can think of a brilliant example on the River Ebro a few years ago. There was a cafe with a really bright halogen light onto the river at night.
Yep.
And millions of moths would gather around it, and at night carp will be coming up and slurping on the moths and taking the moths.
Do you think, right, that a fish gets put into a lake, so it was reared on pellet, was happy chomping off the surface, gets put into another lake, right, and because the other bigger, wiser carp that have lived in there, I don't know, for 20 years, don't feed off the surface, they sort of get programmed like peer pressure not to feed off the top, or am I thinking too much about it?
I think you're thinking too much. I've seen new fish go into a lake that have been surface reared on pellets, and they brought the old fish up that have never fed on the top before.
Right.
So it's like the older fish have gone, hey, we can do that.
Look at that.
I too can eat pellets off the surface. So yeah, you were thinking too much, Alex.
Okay, vision. Now really important, because we all wonder what they can see.
Yeah.
Looking up, what can they see? Can they spot a pink one compared to a silhouette of a chum mixer? Can they distinguish?
I think absolutely, definitely. One of the things, I think the boys have already mentioned this, is chop and change when you're floater fishing. Don't be too blinkered and set in your ways. If something worked one day, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work the next day. So be prepared to chop and change. And I know these guys have certainly experienced it. A little pink pop-up can work brilliantly for a couple of hours and then not work.
Tweaks. Yeah, work with the swim, the day,
like
the
a match
fish.
angler would, chop, change.
Almost perfect timing. A fish is got in the net.
Well done.
There you go. A fish in the net and a bit of scientific floater fishing detail from the main man himself, Simon Scott.
Wow, what a perfect way to end a lovely day's floater fishing. 20 pound of chunky Oxford mirror nicked off the surface on the tactics that we've shown you. Just goes to show that if you bait right, use the right rigs and the right tackle, then you can catch these too. What's most important though, is give floater fishing a try, because it's loads of fun.
This is the very essence of close combat carp fishing. It doesn't get any more exciting than this. As far as I'm concerned, this is it. It's exciting stuff, playing a carp. When you hooked it out in the pond, bring it into the net, it's exciting stuff, for sure, don't get me wrong. But that level of excitement is times 10 when you actually see that fish coming in and feeding on your margin spots before you even hook it. It's just brilliant stuff now. I've been baiting in here. Come in here at 4 o'clock this morning and I put a bit of bait down here and a little bit on this gravelly run. I'm not sure you can pick it up on the camera. There's fish creeping in. They've been picking up some crumbed up boilies down here. There's a few bubbles coming up. There's 1 or 2 down here. So we're in a little corner of Oxley's Lake, and I reckon we're in with a really good shout of a chance here. Okay, so we've got some fish feeding. It's time to get a rig in the water. Let's have a quick look at the gear I'm using. I've got 12-pound contour, and onto that I've put some little balls of putty up the line to pin everything down. I threaded a 12-pound contour onto the cog system, got a 4.5-ounce lead on there. Short hook link, this is N-Trap soft coated braid, which is at the moment my favourite. And then I've got a size 8 wide gate, a little balance tied up with a single grain of corn just to top it off to make a little close combat carp fishing cocktail. Let's see if it works. You can see that, but the fish that's right into the bank, you can see his mouth going, he's chewing. So he's obviously picked up some bait. You've got 2 fish here on the bait. There's a ghosty out to the right there. Look, he's really going for it on the bottom. You see his dorsal twisting and turning as he feeds. Okay, this could be quite explosive stuff. It's going to be a placed rig. what I've done, I've dropped the rig, well, lowered the rig really quietly onto the spot. And what I like to do, got a little tiny chance of fish, just drifted out a fraction. What I'd like to do now is just make sure the line's laden well across the bed, and then just pull a bit of slack off. Make sure those little beads of putty are right down on the deck. And what we don't want to have happen is to spook the fish. Now what I'm going to do is get my bucket, and I'm literally going to put 2 or 3 tiny pinches of bait on top of the bait. Okay, so that's the mix I've got. Just put a few grains of corn, I think. There's obviously a bit of bait down there, but I'm trying to target the hook bait if I can. I want to talk through a little bit about some of the techniques I employ when I'm stalking carp. First up, the bait. This is the bait combination that I like to use. So what I'm trying to create is a nice patch of really smelly, interesting bait on the bed of the pond. And there's nothing that's too bright, like a handful of corn stands out, it's a bit glary, but there's nothing too bright about this. And I reckon that really creates a nice banquet or feast for them. Now, what I like to do when I'm stalking, rather than just plonk that in one spot and then call it a day, is what I'll do is I'll make my way around the lake and I'm looking for overgrown, quiet corners. Now, some lakes are better for this than others. You know, not every single lake I've fished in my life has been a brilliant stalking water, so some of them are better. And we're looking to prime spots, maybe in quiet corners. Now, you've got to obviously bear heedance to the rules of the fishery. If it says only fishing from designated swims, then you've got to stick to that. But a lot of club waters around the country won't have that rule, and you can make your own little stalking poke holes, little corners where most people might ignore them because they can't get a big bivvy in, and those are often the spots I like to fish. Little 1-rod spots, perfect and really exciting for maybe a few hours in a day. So if you're on a limited time, go in there, little bit of bait, maybe go around, bait 3 or 4 other spots, come back to the first one and be looking for signs of fish. That's the way I'd approach stalking. Really mobile, travel light, you know, in for a few hours, catch one and go home and be watching the 6 o'clock news. Perfect. Well, I think I'll gonna move on. I've given it an hour and a half in here, but unfortunately, just after I got the rig in, whether it was the line lay or the position of the rig, but the fish have just melted away. And I'm really aware that, you know, Oxleys, there's a lot of carp in here, and if they're in an area, you see a lot of them, and they've drifted away. They're not here. They're not between me and this island off to my right. So it's very quiet up this end of the lake, and I think the feedback from the rest of the gang is there's a lot down the other end. So it's time for a bit of a relocation, or at least a move.
Okay, so things over at Oxley slowed right down, and you kind of know when you're stalking, you become quite aware of what happens with fish movement in and out of a swim, and things were clearly not going to happen there. So I had a little bit of a snoop about, no good. So I've come back over to Hunt's Corner, and I want to have a little stalk here this afternoon. But before I do, I want to run you through some of the hardware that I've been using in my stalking. Let's start off with a rod. This is a 4-piece 10-foot rod by Daiwa. It's a lovely rod. I like to fish with a shorter rod when I'm stalking for a couple of reasons. Firstly, it lets you get into little poke holes, small spots that would be really quite awkward with a 12-foot or 13-foot rod. And secondly, and this is really significant, I think, for guys, particularly those on a short time scale, that this rod breaks down, and it's a 4-piece rod, so it breaks down into a 2.5-foot rod bag. So you could have a couple of these beauties in the back of your car, in the boot, completely out of sight while you're at work, not worried that someone's walking off with your kit. Get to the lake, and you can walk real quick to a swim with these. You're not carrying big, heavy rod holders. So great fan of the rod. Move down to the reel. This is a Daiwa MCAST BR 4000A. Great little reel for this sort of fishing. You don't want to have a massive reel. Yeah, the guys in Team Korda, you know, some of those guys use really big reels, which are fantastic for achieving great distances. But when you're stalking, often you might only have 5-6 feet of line from the rod tip to your trap, and there's just no need to have miles and miles of reel, miles and miles of line on the reel. So, and you've got a small spool, and you've got a lovely free spool facility. So it's got that option if you want to fish like that. And this, it doesn't weigh anything, so you can move really quickly with it, and you're less likely to have a problem with all the line coming off the spool when you're in a tight little corner with a smaller reel. So perfect for this sort of thing. I mentioned the line. This is 12-pound contour, fluorocarbon, and it's absolutely perfect for a stalking job. It sinks well, it's very heavy, so it goes to the bottom of the lake quickly. And on top of that, being a fluorocarbon, it's invisible underwater. So it's got two big advantages there. Firstly, the fish aren't going to see it. And because it sinks to the bottom, it's out of the way when the fish are feeding on your spot. So there you are, rod, reel and line. That's the hardware that I use for my stalking.
Oi, stop there. What have I been catching you doing, you crafty old soul?
Hello, Ali. I'm just being a bit sneaky here. I'm setting a trap. I read about this many years ago. I've got a little spot going quite nicely up under those trees, and I've tried a little old trick that I've used in the past, and it can work really well. So what I've done, Ali, it's complicated.
I'm ready for it. I watched you and I was like, that is mustard.
It is cunning, but it doesn't work in all situations. You've got to be
devious.
It is devious.
Yes.
But yeah, being half man, half carp, you've got to think like a fish.
Yes.
So what I've done, I've gone round the other side. I've had a little spot feeding in the edge. It's a really tricky cast.
You couldn't cast there, mate. It's impossible.
No, the spot I've actually placed the rig is an impossible cast from here. But it's safe. I must point that out. I'm not taking any risk.
No, but the canopy of trees there means
you couldn't get
you could
tight
never
to the
get
bank.
the trajectory to drill into there.
That's
could
right. So what I've done, and being an awful caster, I would have just landed it in a tree. So what I've done,
and myself, we would have decorated.
Could be. I'm in. Yeah.
What a setup! Look, I've watched him do it, so I mean, just to give
That's
you.
how it works, Ali. Get in there! Did I even have I didn't even have the buzzer on.
So he's gone over there, cast the marker float back this way with no lead on.
No,
that's right.
Literally, no. There's fish there, Ali. So I'm really conscious of spooking them. It's tricky, always tricky on these shoots with a camera crew trying to get into sort of small spots. It's not easy. So what we did, I went round there and just flicked a marker float, no lead, just out from under the trees, and then came round here and flicked a rod across the marker float. Look at this go!
I don't know why we're still on the floors and on the floor.
I love Hunt's Corner fish.
Still staying down like lions.
Biblical scrap. I've hooked it, and the free spool mechanism has been on the marker float rod.
Yeah.
I've reeled it all the way back to the bank.
Yeah.
I've then got myself organised and clipped this rod line onto it, and then reeled it all the way back.
Yeah.
With the cog mechanism on it, but with no lead. Can't have a lead on it, obviously.
Okay. Yeah.
So I've reeled it back across the surface, and I've got it right up under those trees. And then I've set up my tackle, so I put a fresh rig on, balanced bait, got it all absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
And then and I didn't even got the clutch set on the reel. It's all frantic stuff. I got the cog rig all set up, put the balanced bait on there, and then put the putty on the line. Got everything absolutely perfect, and then I positioned it by hand.
Yeah.
Right up against the bank, literally in 2 foot of water on the clean gravel where I could see it. And then using a spare bank stick and an elastic band, I then brought the line from the lead up to the bank stick.
Yeah.
Bit of loop up on the bank stick, and then from the bank stick, which is situated under the trees, right across to the rod, and then you clip the bobbin on, and then hopefully the bite has
well, like that, big spring back.
Yeah, literally, the rod goes slack, the line drops, and you're away.
I'm going to get your net in a second, but you tighten the line as well right up, so you've got that spring back. It's going nothing. There's no line touching the surface. So
ideally, you can do, but there's a few coots and moorhens bobbing about, and also there's some of this
debris,
and I don't want to have what can happen is it can spring back when it's not fish.
Yeah.
I've had that happen in the past, so. And you leap at it, and then there's nothing there, and you've spent 10 minutes getting your trap set.
What a method, though, Si. This is like proper, like to watch it, because I can see it. This is a reasonably easier venue, but imagine taking it. Some of the people watching this with a syndicate, somewhere with small with pressured fish that you
Ali,
can't get.
It's an absolutely fantastic method. You've got no line in the water. The line lay's totally different. Rather than the best caster in the world gets it, let's say Dan, he gets it in there, magic cast, but the line's right across the swim, it's hopeless. Whereas this, I've literally got from the rig, just up to the bank stick.
Perfect.
All puttied down perfectly.
No line in the water.
No line in the water.
Right in their home.
Yeah, and then I've literally just put a handful of my margin mix over the top of it. And the first few fish are cruising up and down that tree line. Oh, here's some free food.
bang.
How many times have they ever been fished for there?
Hopefully
on
not
here?
many. Let's hope we might get this one in.
What a battle. I mean, totally, this fish has been caught unawares. Like,
He wasn't expecting to get
Yeah.
hooked there, was he?
no. And that cog lead, that is a
Bang.
vicious little setup,
Yeah,
mate.
well, as you know, I'm a great advocate of short hook links and heavy inlines, and I think that cog lead system, it is taking the best of an inline and improving it yet again.
Yeah, it is.
It's definitely.
Underwater 7, mate, with Dan's conversion rate. We looked at it and then looked at mine and Tom's conversion rate in part 8, and there was a definite noticeable difference. You know, Dan was almost connecting with 1 in 3, which is a really high ratio for pressured day ticket fish that are all over you like a dirty old rash.
When I was at university, while I was busy trying to be a boffin,
Back in the 50s.
back in 1937, Dan was peddling his wares around various gravel pits and reservoirs, selling his leads. And I remember the original Korda rig book, and it was fantastic stuff. And
he had a ponytail, what a
he
geezer.
did, yeah, he was a right geese. And in there was a really interesting section about the size of the.
What a
There we
way.
go, well done.
You are the man, Scotty.
Well, it worked, didn't it?
Ledge. High five, do you do that at your age?
Had to knock my Zimmer frame over.
Quality.
I'm really chuffed with this one. The fruits of my little marginal trap. What a cracking Hunt's Corner carp. I am really, really made up with that one. It just goes to show that if you can be a bit sneaky and try something a bit different, you can score. So if you've got access to lakes where the fish are coming in the edge and you can cast a marker flow out and drag a rig back into the areas where most people would never get a bait, it's definitely worth giving this little marginal setup a go.
Get out there. Dink. Beauty tash. Well, you're probably wondering what method I'm going to show you. It's a method that I'm happy to take anywhere, any time of the year, and it gets me out of jail more times than any other tactic on the fishing roster. It's fishing zigs, especially spotting over zigs. It's a way of building up a big hit on lakes with a good stock of fish. It's already produced the goods. There's one in the net, and I'll tell you why I haven't got it out yet. It's because it's really important to get the rig back in position and keep the bait going in to keep that shoal of fish feeding. I've enlisted the help of England international Jake Wildboar, who's also been into the fish. We're going to be showing you all the ways to get the best out of fishing zigs, how to use it, the rigs, the bait, the hardware, everything you're going to need to know. There you go. What a stunning scaly mirror. A little victim to the zigs. So what we're going to do now, get Jake Wildboar involved, and we're going to look at the rigs themselves. We get more questions on this than anything, right?
We do indeed, yes.
So you're an angler, you're getting the swim for the first time, right? What do you need to do?
First of all is always reading what the fish are doing. You know, look at where they're moving, and you know, they could be close in, obviously could be further out, so always go on that. Then get the marker float, put that out there and find the depth.
Yeah.
Obviously you don't want to just cast out a zig and kind of think, yeah, I know that depth.
Yeah, or guess it.
It could be a couple of feet that makes all the difference.
Or 6 inches sometimes and everything else.
So making sure you know exact depth of the area you're fishing. Obviously as well, you don't want to just chuck a lead out in a weed bed.
Yeah.
You know, so
you want a nice clearance, you know, you don't want to be snarled up in weed, but at the same time you don't need to be super critical and find a gravel seam, do you? Because your baits are up in the air, so to speak. So you've done that, you've found the spot, you've pulled the float to the bottom, under the line clip, wound it in, and then I suppose it's straight on the bank, get the signet sticks out, get them wrapped up, and you find out how far out you are.
Exactly, yep.
So once you've done that, spod rod gets matched to it.
Yep.
And the fishing rods get matched to it. So everything is landing, boom.
All on the same spot, because you're trying to concentrate the fish in that area. You want to get them competing tightly. You know, if you put a spot over there, you might get a few stragglers over
Yeah.
there and everything else, so keep it all nice and tight.
Keep them in a zone, and you are trying to get that, I always say it, piranhas, aren't
Yeah,
you? Get
you
them
are, yeah.
chomping in that cloud and everything else. So we've done that. Now we're on to the actual rigs themselves. That's really important, isn't it? Finding out not only what bait to use, but what depth to start at.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you gauge your decision on with regards to the depth?
Again, what the fish are doing. So if they're right up on the surface, obviously
Go
get
as
one
high as
go
possible.
as high as possible, and then I'd have one as high, you know, reaching right.
Yeah,
underneath
right near the surface. So
And-
say it's 13 foot, you could have one at either 12 3/4
Yeah,
or literally a smidgen under the
Yeah,
surface.
that's
So
right.
they're cruising around. And then would you then stagger them? So you'd have one maybe a foot below that and another one a foot below
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
And if it's not happening, then you'd go lower because you can't go any
I'd go
higher.
lower, and then again changing the hook baits.
Of
So-
course, finding out what.
So yeah, it can be those little fine. It could be, you know, a couple of feet, especially when you're looking at like the springtime or winter.
Yeah.
They are very, you know, in there's certain layers.
Absolutely.
So you get that right layer, you know, you can clear up.
Right, let's have a look at the rigs then themselves. Now you've got them all in the Guru box here, so it's always been hard to find the storage system, hasn't
It has,
there,
yeah.
for zigs? But this little fella's really come to the rescue, hasn't it? So we'll have a look at that, but onto the actual rig itself. This is what you've told me off camera is your starting point,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah.
So yellow foam and black foam.
Yeah, basically, I mean, I've fished down, you know, Oxford area for a few years, and all time of year, this seems to be the winning method. You know, they look up in,
Yeah,
at
they
the
see the
silhouette,
silhouette black.
look at
and-
the side or on the top, they see a little flick of colour.
Yep.
Um,
And that's the way to go.
Yeah.
So let's come to the hook itself. That's a size what mixer?
size 10 mixer, that one.
Size 10 mixer, knotless knotted, and then you've got a tiny bit of 0.50 mil silicone.
Yeah, that basically keeps it nice and straight. Sometimes when you pull the knot down,
Yeah.
it can just kink and the hook can kind of twist at an angle.
Yep.
That just keeps it all in line and obviously nice and straight.
And it's really important to have your actual hair nice and tight.
Yeah,
isn't
it is. It's all these little things that make the difference.
Yeah.
You know, you could have like an inch hair, for example. And
And I've
the
seen it, mate.
yeah.
I've seen people do it.
And at the end of the day, the fish are snatching. So going on the hook bait size as well, you think if you had a 20mm pop-up sat there,
Yeah.
you're trying to imitate a bug or any little particle falling in the
Natural
water.
debris.
So you've got to obviously, again, match your hook baits to what's around you.
Of course. Now this is not only the colour. Again, we'll talk about hook baits in a bit more detail, but the hook as well. This is one that I saw Jake Taylor go on to win the Junior British Championships on a few years after you. He was actually using the choddy hook, and I hadn't seen it in action
No,
for
I
zigs.
didn't either.
But that's a nice wide gape, isn't it?
Yeah,
So and a stronger wire of
it
hook.
is, and yeah, with the outturned eye, it makes it just sit a little bit different.
And then finally, have a look at this. This is another little combo you can do. Red with a bit of cork. It's endless, isn't it?
It
the
is, yeah. You just got to
combinations?
play around, especially going back to like the springtime when there's different hatches and stuff. It could be red, could be the one on a certain day, and then also it could just be black.
Yeah.
You know, and even don't ignore them at night as well. The amount of times I've had fish just on black foam, no smell,
Yep.
nothing at all. You know, all day and night.
There you go, and this is a different hook. This is one that really does lend itself with the shape of it to fishing on zigs. This is the Continental, very strong in the wire, extremely sharp and available in all the right sizes for
Yeah.
the job. Let's move on to lead system. It's the final point really. Is this the one you use all the time, the lead clip?
Yeah, you use lead clip or sometimes drop off inline setup, but predominantly lead clip setup. It's just a lot easier.
This is the sort of newest one that we do. Without the teeth, if you like, a different presentation and
Yeah.
an improved arm, if you like, which will
Yeah.
let that lead sweep off nicer. But this is the component that I love the most. This is the actual anti-tangle sleeve, and it really, really is a final sort of piece in the jigsaw
Yeah.
to eliminate tangles, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is indeed. I mean, you think you've got a long hook link that's really supple.
Yep.
So you can see that's obviously going to want to come back on itself.
Yep.
So if you've got a safe zone leader, obviously with a knot at the end, or
Yeah.
you know, you splice some lead core on, or whatever, that line is going to want to come back on itself, and it's going to wrap around whatever it can.
Yeah.
So obviously that's one thing to point as well. When you are casting out, always make sure you see the hook bait land.
Yeah.
If I don't see two splashes, it comes back in. Even
Yeah,
if
of
it's
course.
10 casts, you
It's a
know,
little
make sure
dink,
it's-
dink.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
has to be.
Exactly, and that another point when you're using zigs, Try not to think too much about the length of them, you know, because it can be one of those things people can't get their head round casting out like a 12-foot or 14-foot. I've even, you know, on Fishing Gurus, I was using sort of 16 to 20-foot zigs on a deep lake in Holland, you know, but the key is just to cast it out, and as long as you've got it on the little bucket lid, just get it out there and you've got the right lead system on, you'll eliminate tangles. Now, one of the really important elements when you're zig fishing is to change the hook baits. It's one of the biggest principles that we tell everyone in every walk of fishing that we do. When you're fishing on the deck, I've said it a million times, you watch the underwater filming, a change of the hook bait can make all the difference on the day. Instantly, it can make differences. And it's been no different on this particular session. You know, I started with normal bits of foam, the colours that I like, and then, lo and behold, changed to a bit of cork, coated in raspberry plume, which seems to have become the absolute master of fishing in the upper layers, and instantly there was success with that. So, like anything, change the hook baits, work your hook baits, find out what's working on the day as well as the depths, and you'll be successful in your zig fishing. You know, normally though, you want to be fishing 8-foot plus zigs can really produce. I mean, Tom Dove and I went to the rise on thinking tackles. I was catching on 2-foot zigs, you know, so the depths can vary, you know, on a really, really sort of pressured syndicate, if you like. They'd not seen that before, and you know, different coloured bits of foam, again saturated in goo, was producing the results, and big fish as well. You know, it's not a small fish tactic, it catches absolutely everything. Whether you're after big uns or little ones, you've just got to do it, you've just got to get involved with zigs. It's such a devastating method, using a tapered subline, which I absolutely adore. I was one of those people that thought it wasn't going to be a mainstream product, but then I thought, you know what? What's wrong with having a nice bit of leader running down to some beautiful mainline without a knot? Makes every sense. And then these new black Entos, not only are they supremely sexy to look at, they've also now incorporated the QD drag. So just one little flick and you're going from sort of tight to slack and able to play fish on light hook links under the rod tip. And coupled with the 12-foot 3 3/4 infinity, they are absolute luxury. And just listen to the purr of that clutch. Beautiful. A perfect setup. You know, I'm fishing at about just over 100 yards. So it's a fair old chuck, especially when you've got a 12-foot long hook link on. But it's made easy. It's always made easy with Daiwa gear. Talking and learning throughout the year with different friends and anglers, I've actually changed my zig fishing a little bit. I was a big advocate of little hooks, but I've started to use bigger ones now. Size 8s, maybe even 6s. It doesn't seem to put them off, if anything, you know, because they're becoming more and more used to getting caught on zigs. Having that bigger gape and something to just nab them instantly seems to help. But a beautiful way of fishing, I absolutely love it. Catches so many fish and really enjoyable. Gonna sink that net or what, wild boar? Come on, son.
Get ready. Here we go.
Here we go. No, not ready. And now on light hook links, you need to be careful. That the new sort of style leg clip from us has worked a treat as well. Beautiful. Cheers, mate.
There we have it.
Another one to the zigs. Well, there you go. What a little bruiser. 24.5 pounds of stunning Oxley's mirror carp. I'm going to get this back. I'm going to carry on with those zig rig tactics. Right, onto the spod mix itself. Now, it's all about taste, it's all about cloud, and it's all about getting those fish excited in your swim. So let me get this up and show you what I've got in here. Now, the first thing that I do, I put in some of the nut sludge by Hinders into the bottom of a big bucket. To that, I then add some of the tiger nut flour. Now, that is a vital ingredient for helping to build that cloud. Next up, some hemp, some activated hemp mix by Mainline. Okay, that goes in, and as it says on the tin, activated. Carp love hemp, and definitely when it's all shooting around and doing different things in the water column. Once I've got that in there, I add some Cloud 9, once again by Mainline. That's got a lovely sweet aroma to it, and again it gives you another dimension with the cloud. Some little small seed items in there, look, have a look at that. They're all in there. That comes from that actual Cloud 9 that goes in. Once I've done that, get some different size pellets. I like to use the PVA and Spod combo by Mainline. I put about a pint of them in there, and the great thing about them is you've got some small ones, some larger ones, okay? The small ones, some will float, some will be sort of semi-buoyant, just fluttering under the surface, and some of the larger ones will sink slowly. So you've got all sorts going off in there, and carp love pellets. So once that's in there, I then get some floating pellets. Now, on a hot summer's day when the fish are up really high on the surface, having a few floaters put in the crusher and crushed up and added gives it another dimension a lot of people don't do. Now, on to getting the actual consistency. You'll notice here, this is not soupy, but it's also not totally dry, okay? That's because I think I want it to be sort of hovering 2 or 3 foot under. The drier you make the mix, the higher it will stay up in the water. The soupier you make it, the more it will sink down through the water column, okay? So it's about assessing where you think those fish are and making that mix suit that fishing situation. One thing you always need to do is make sure it tastes great. And one thing that the goo has added to it is that taste element, but also the cloud, you know. It was unimaginable before to achieve the sort of clouds that I can now with the addition of goo. And over the last couple of years, it's given me, you know, it's transformed my zig fishing in the way that I do it, because it means I have to spot less and less frequently because the taste stays longer in the swim. And some of the best ones that I've found for spotting over zigs is the corn twist. Now you can see, look, it's buried in there, but the corn twist is wonderful. One of the options you have is adding a bit to the bottom of a bucket, add a bit of water, and you can actually make that the water you add to your soup if you want it spread out a bit more evenly. The pineapple supreme, really, really sweet and one of the most consistent for this method. And you're not using a lot, so don't think you're going to be using a 12 quid bottle every time you spot over zigs. I'm adding a few drops to a spot. Caramel cloud, a power smoke, so it's going to make a big old cloud out there, but very, very nice tasting, and it will enhance and hold the fish there for longer. And if you want something a little bit different, you've got the red cloud, the almond power smoke. This needs no introduction. From Underwater 8, which it tore St John's to pieces, it does the same on zigs. Okay, so if you're looking for a red cloud, and it can vary from day to day, hour to hour, lake to lake, so it's about finding which one works on that given day. Now onto the spot itself. Let me just fill that up there and show you exactly why I use this. Okay, so I normally just fill it up like that, 3/4 full for better flight. Add just a few droplets of goo. That's for the cloud. And look, see there, the holes. A lot of people seem to think when you're spotting over zigs, you should have a spot without holes. The Sky Raider is my choice for spotting over zigs. It helps build a bigger cloud because it leaks out through all the different holes. And one without holes would mean it just goes down in a tighter column. This is the one I recommend for you to use when spotting over zigs. And it flies a long way. You could use a Skyliner, but it's a bit bigger and it deposits more into the swim quicker, you know. But I actually like the little and often effect of the Sky Raider. A little top tip for you, always take a tape measure when you're zig fishing. Now, I always use it because you have to be exact when you're getting that zig rig right for different situations, and the tape measure allows that perfectly. So whether you're using cruiser control or engage, I just have the tent peg there, I just run it up to the exact length that I need and then cut it off, and you're bang on every time. When you're fishing zigs, because you've got the sort of lead on the deck and then your bait at the top, you don't need to have that slackness. Because the bites can be quite finicky, you would actually have quite a lot of tension. Just watch Jake here, he's got them really tight and high up towards the delkim, and that's just because you want that, you know, any sort of registration, any sort of bite, you get the horizontal movement, and then if you get a twitchy one, it's up and down, and you really see it, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, most of the time, you know, your bites can literally just be
like that. Yeah,
that could be it, and then they'll just be sat there. So
important
to
have them high up. Now onto the delkim as well. That's another factor that you need to consider for your bite indication when zig fishing. We always have the sensitivity on plus and quite high. Jake has actually got his on plus and 5, and that's probably as high as you would go on a still water, isn't it?
It is indeed, yeah. Obviously, I've not got the wind lapping into it and it's not beeping every 5 seconds, but that's absolutely spot on for the situation I'm in.
Okay, great stuff. So sensitivity is key when you're using zigs. Wow, I absolutely love fishing zigs. Look at these stunning pair of Oxley's carp. We had to keep making changes to keep the bites coming. Jake, yesterday it was all bits of cork high up in the water. Today we lowered the zigs, and what colour did we change to?
We changed to black and red, seemed to make the difference straight away.
Absolutely, and that is a key point to always remember. If the bites aren't happening, they were, you're doing something wrong. So change the colour, change the depth, and the bites will keep on coming on zigs. I hope you enjoyed the tips we've given you. Get out there, get on the zigs. Well, back in the mid-90s, Terry Hearn made the hinge stiff rig famous. Our young man, Elliot Gray, has gone on to put his own twist on it in his fishing. Elbow, I'm going to get this up because it really is a rig that you made famous even more on Underwater 8, where you were brave enough to tie one for Dan to actually cast out. But after a frustrating morning of watching small carp swim over it, it went on to now the biggest common in the lake.
Yeah, I got mugged off by a lot of carp. Dan said to me before I put it out I weren't going to catch anything on it, and after about 3 hours of him being perfectly right, I started to panic, but then it all came good.
Unbelievable, and it backed up everything you said while we were there. You were like, it catches only big carp, and you were right. It went and caught a big carp. So is that why you use it?
Yeah, it is. Like my style of fishing, I'm there to catch the biggest one in the lake, and if I don't catch all the other ones, I'm not particularly fussed. I'd like to catch as many as possible, but the important thing is that I've got a rig suited for the biggest one there.
Being selective, and you believe that because it's quite a blatant pop-up, that small fish actually avoid it because they can see it's maybe looks a bit dangerous, it's off the deck, yet a big un can't tell the difference between, say, this and a bottom bait.
Yeah, just because of their size, the big un's belly gets in his way. The small fish, the tall pop-ups are sort of at eye level, as big fish simply it isn't. It just looks like it's on the bottom.
Yep. But you've got all the with it being a pop-up, it's always going to sit up above debris and all of them.
It resets and stuff like that as well. Yeah, it's always in position. If it gets wafted, it will go back into position. The hook's there, cocked, ready. To me, it's just the ultimate presentation.
Beautiful. So the first thing, is it the lead core leader that you work on?
Yep, I use a helicopter leader, just tied out of a cable lead core, the lead core no trace system, and the pear lead in 2 ounces or above. Prefer to use nothing smaller than 2 ounces. I use a whipping knot to attach the hook, but you can use a knotless knot. That doesn't really matter. But
so it's a size 4 choddy, is it, that one?
I prefer a big hook. I'll always, especially with a pop-up rig, I will use a 4 over a 6 or an 8. There's more security with a bigger hook, I think. So.
Okay, and then the mono is what breaking strain and mouth trap?
It's £25 mouth trap, which is a little bit stiffer than the other 2 versions. They do a 15 and 20, but that 25. It's much stiffer. It
keeps its shape, doesn't it? It's got a high level of memory. And look, the curve that you've got in that, I know you've told me you're not a massive curve fan, are you? Having it like a big C, you just have a gradual curve.
Yeah, just enough so if the fish approaches it from the wrong angle, literally just enough, if the lip touches it, just to spin the hook. That's all I want. That's all the curve's there for.
Okay. Now the join between the end trap soft.
Yep.
Is that what breaking strain is that?
It's £15 end trap soft.
Okay.
And I attach the 2 using back-to-back grinner knots.
Right. Okay. And do you uncoat the coated braid before you tie that knot?
No, I keep the coating on. I find it sort of helps the knot bed down, like the PTFE tape you'd use to seal a radiator.
Yeah.
It gives you that sort of.
It's almost like a bed.
Yeah.
Like a plastic bed almost. Right. So it all grips better, and then you uncoat to give you the hinge afterwards.
Yeah, the vital hinge. Just use my teeth. I'll take away about 1 centimetre of the coating. And that gives the rig that extremely free movement beneath the hook.
Okay, so that's what, in effect, is the loop or the swivel that other people have. You're forming that actually with just a bit of braid.
Yeah, but I think it's much freer. And if you just put the 2 side by side, that's a lot subtler.
It looks like a lot of putty there. So does this sink like a brick?
No, it sinks quite slowly. Well, very slowly, in fact. I'll have them sinking as slow as possible. When I'm fishing with wide spreads of bait, the fish aren't on top of the rig, so they're not wafting it around. Generally, as they approach that rig, they're going towards it to eat the hook bait. So, and as they suck at it, even if they suck gently, because it's so critically balanced, it flies up into the back of their mouth, and that's where having quite a straight hook section helps.
For some of you at home, it might be tough to tie that, and you might not have the time to do it. So why not go for a ready-made option? This is probably more like the traditional one, isn't it?
Yeah, the only difference is the boom section being made of braid.
Yeah, so this is basically, this is a ready-tied leg core leader that we do, okay? It's cable once again. This one's the gravel colour. It comes complete with the no trace system on there and the swivel, so it's all ready to go. So all you've done here, Elliot, is literally tie your 15-pound end trap that you like,
Yep.
a little blob of dark matter putty there, and then you've taken a ready-made chod. Is that the size 4 again?
Yep, it's a short size 4 version, that is.
Okay, added a bit of your putty, and that's it, it's ready to go.
Done. It takes 30 seconds to do that.
Yep, and you've complemented that with a very buoyant mainline pop-up. They do a massive range of great pop-ups that are perfect for, say, the ready-tied version of this rig. Right, well, talking of pop-ups, I know you've got, you know, a lot of time and effort to make your own perfect cork balls, so we're going to have a look at exactly how Elliot makes his cork balls. Elbow, you've got a couple of different types in here. What are they, and how do you make them?
They're cork ball pop-ups, so they're extremely buoyant in comparison to sort of a standard sort of out-the-pot bait. It's quite simple. You form a paste in the same way that you would for a bottom bait. Basically, start by cracking an egg into a bowl, add your activator liquid, which gives it, you know, that's where all the flavour is.
Okay, so the activator goes in. How much do you put into one egg, Elbow?
I put 20 ml in,
Right.
which is a lot. So once you've got your egg and your liquids together, you sort of gradually add the base mix.
Okay.
And you want to keep adding it bit by bit until you've got a paste that doesn't stick to your fingers.
Yep.
It's quite tacky to begin with, but once you've got it to the point where it picks up everything out of the bowl, everything off your hands, you've got like a nice firm ball of paste. It's then ready to apply.
Criminal.
Yeah, smooth criminal, yeah. It's then ready to apply to the cork ball.
Okay, lovely. It's like Fonzie's leather jacket. Yeah, all right. So you got your cork balls now.
So yeah, take a ball of paste, about 13 mil as well, flatten it.
Yeah.
So you've got like a nice little disc, put the cork ball in the middle, and then gently just work the paste around the bait so you've got none of the cork ball showing.
Yeah.
Once you've done that, put it in the palm of your hand and very firmly just do that action and just roll them till they're round. Tweak them with your fingers, you know, to just make them perfectly round.
And then how many minutes do you then boil the baits for?
60 seconds to a minute and a half. I've actually never been that specific about that.
Yeah.
I've always found anything between a minute and a half is fine. You know, it's only a thin bit of paste, so.
Okay, and then drying them, mate. How long do you dry for after you've boiled them?
Basically, I dry them off for about 10-15 minutes first, and then I coat them in sort of whichever liquids I'm using.
Yeah.
I give them a very sort of thin coating.
Okay.
They soak that in as they dry.
Yep.
Then I'll dry them for say a week or so.
Okay.
Then I'll
Give
add
them a
more
dose.
liquid and do that a few times. So the actual drying process can be up to a month before they're used.
Now, if you haven't got the patience of Elliot and don't want to roll your own cork balls, there are a fantastic range of very buoyant hook baits available from the Mainline stable. Have a look at these bad boys, the new Grange in pink and white. Elbow, a great option to consider.
Yeah, it's definitely worth having a few different colours on each rod, so maybe one on white, one on pink, one on brown. The fish will have one they prefer. Once you've worked out which one that is, switch all 3 rods to it and the fun will begin.
Yeah, hopefully. And then you've got, there you go, the classic cell in the dark brown. You've got the wonderful Fusion in its sort of red fish meal colour that I know you love as well, don't you?
I do like
Very
that.
yolky genghis in it, this one. And then finally, there you go, a ready-made option to match the cork ball options that Elliot's done. If you look, that's the Activate in ready-made form and the Activate darker ones that you've rolled. You know, if you don't want to roll them, these are very buoyant, aren't they? They'll stay up for a night.
Yeah, they're virtually the same. They're just not quite as buoyant. That's the only difference. Other than that, they're equally as good.
Brilliant stuff. Well, there you go. Make sure you've got the right hook baits on, and that'll guarantee you perfect presentation.
And there he is, just an ounce shy of the magical 20-pound barrier, and this starts my masterclass on boilie fishing. So whether you're fishing a busy day ticket lake like Sandhurst in the UK, or any of the waters in Europe and you're fishing with boilies, exactly the same rules apply. So we're going to get this fella back and start with all that tackle. I've chosen to use a mid-range set of kit on this particular session. The lake's about 20-25 acres, probably typical of most carp lakes that most people will fish, so you don't need the top end gear to fish them. I'm using a 12-foot 3 3/4 long bow. That is a completely different animal from the rest of the longbow range. It's a rod that came from a day I went out with one of the Japanese rod makers, showed him what carp anglers do, showed him long range fishing, and he designed that rod to suit. It's got a really good recovery for the price range, looks beautiful, 50mm butt rings going all the way down to a 16mm tip. The same matte finish as you see in all the longbow range, but it is much more of a casting tool. And my recommendation is to use the stiffest rod you possibly can. So if at the moment you're using 2 3/4 or 3 pounders, if you're going to step up to a 3 3/4 because you'll get much more distance. Now here I'm fishing at about 80 yards range, but I'm fishing with pinpoint accuracy. I've got all 3 rods very close together, and that's what a stiffer rod gives you, that accuracy at distance. I can probably punch a bag with these about 100, 110 yards with accuracy. And if I went down to tapered subline with these and a 4-ounce lead, I can probably put a single bait 140 yards. So they're very versatile and very affordable as well. And I've coupled that with a Crosscast X reel. Looks like a top of the range reel, but it's actually the lowest price big pit reel that Daiwa sell. Still got a quick drag on the front, so when I'm getting a take, I'm closing that down really quickly and pulling up into the fish, and it's still got a really kind line clip. That's really important. You'll see when I'm casting out, I'm fishing against the clip all the time. That's a massive part of my fishing. It's very kind to the line, so it'll hit the clip, drop in position, take it out the clip, and it won't kink the line. And that's what you'll see with other big pit reels that are in that same price range. Put the line under the clip, pull it back out, and it's flattened it off, and sometimes that can snap, so that's really important. A good retrieve on there as well. Most importantly for us carp anglers, we're all tackle tarts. They look really nice as well. They look a lot more expensive than they actually are. Now they're coupled with 15-pound subline. This is the brown version, sinks really well, but in this situation the thing I'm looking for is diameter. It's 040 diameter, which is quite thick, but because it's so supple, it casts really well. It's very, very weedy out there. When I'm playing fish, I'm really having to play them hard. This is very robust stuff. I use it if I'm fishing in France for 50, 60, 70 pounders. I'll use it in the UK at Wellington Country Park for 40 pounders in heavy weed, and it stands up to the test. It is very, very tough line, but it casts extremely well. And then the bobbins, you'll see the stow bobbins, I use them absolutely everywhere. I couldn't go back to a normal bobbin now because they're semi-fixed on the line. Every little tiny bit of movement moves the bobbin straight away. Normal bobbins, they just slide through a little bit so you don't get the bite indication quite as quickly. And on this setting, I've got them sort of hanging down sort of halfway underneath the rod, so the line's sort of semi-tight. Because it's weedy, I want to see a bite straight away. Normally I'd fish them very slack and let the line sink down, but here you can't afford to do that. So I've added the extra weight onto the bottom of them just to keep a little bit more tension in the line, and they're sort of hanging down about so far. And as soon, literally, if I get a bream or a carp, the bite indication is instant and it's pulling straight up to the top. I've got the clutch really tight on there. I'm winding down, I'm into the fish really quickly. That's really important in weed. You don't want the clutch really loose, you don't want the fish charging off and taking loads of line. You want to be on the rod straight away, into the fish and trying to walk back in the swim and then wind yourself forward again. If you let the fish charge through 3 or 4 weed beds, you're probably not going to get it in. You can feel that horrible grating feeling and then it all goes solid. And my recommendation, if that does happen, put the rod back down on the rest, loosen the clutch off and let the fish free itself from the weed rather than pulling and pulling and pulling. I've done it before myself and you end up snapping up. Let the fish pull itself away, and then once it's moving you can get it out of the weed and hopefully get it in. Check that fella out. I know it's only a bucket, but a very good bucket it is. I think they're about 12 or 13 litres, so you get loads of bait in there. They're nice and square, so they fit on top of your trolley really well. And then they've got a little sort of tray that goes in the top there. That's my ground bait that's going to plug the back of the spod. And then obviously you've got the big cavity in there with the bait in. Use these all the time now. 4 go on the top of my carp porter. Absolutely brilliant product. And then to show you the mix, as I've said, we're boilie fishing, but we've got a few tigers in there as well, and I think it always helps to add a few extra food items in there. We've seen this on the underwater filming. The fish are not really interested in feeding just on boilies. You put something else in the swim and they start feeding on both things. In this case I've used tiger nuts. The mistake I made at the start of the session, I put loads of sweet corn in this mix. I've done really well on that before. On here it was a kiss of death because there's loads of bream in here. The bream came in, I think I had 5 or 6 bream to start off with, so I've dropped the corn out of the mix and just boilies and tigers. So if you're fishing somewhere that's got lots of bream in, I know a load of the Dutch lakes that I've fished and the Belgian lakes have had lots of bream in, don't put anything like corn or hemp or pellet or anything. Just stick to boilies and a few nuts in there, and that'll bring the carp in and hopefully not draw the bream in so much. So you see there the mix we've got some half baits, some full baits as well. I love using half baits, chop them up with a cutter. If I'm fishing close in, I'll catapult them in, they make almost no splash. And obviously if I'm spodding, they fit into the spod really well. And on those boilies, I've poured some hemp oil. That's soaked into the boilies. The fish absolutely love the taste of that. And the added bonus is when they start feeding on your bait out there, you get a slick come up and you know it's going to happen. The reel is designed specifically for spodding. It's the Daiwa Emblem spod. I've used this one for years. I absolutely love this. Great big spool so the blade fries off it. A really fast crank on it, 75 turns, brings it back 100 yards, where a normal fishing reel is 100, 110 turns for 100 yards. And that really makes a big difference when you're doing a lot of long range spodding. And then a very kind line clip, that's really important. If that clip was fraying the braid or cutting into the mono when you were spodding, you'd end up with loads of problems. That's really kind to it, that absolutely never happens. And the braid itself is designed specifically for spodding. You can see it's a bright green colour, that's on purpose. It's going to float on the surface, and if I wanted to bait up with a throwing stick, what I'd do is spod out some boilies, leave the spot on the surface so it marks the distance, and then start putting the baits out with a throwing stick. And because you've got that bright coloured braid, the gulls will dive down and try and get the baits, but they won't actually go into the water because they're scared of the braid. And that's attached to 30-pound armour cord, which is really hard wearing braid. You can cast and cast and cast with that. I've joined it together with a 4-turn water knot, which is a tiny little knot. You never hear it go through the rings, and it just makes the whole job so much easier. And then the rod, that's a Longbow DF spod rod, a really stiff rod, very fast recovery, but quite light considering how powerful it is. A long handle and 50mm butt rings going down to 16mm tip, so the line absolutely flies off of there. That's really important when you're spodding. If you're going a long way, you need the right kit to do it. And then the spod I'm using in this situation, that's a Sky Winder, so you can see it's solid all the way up to the veins. And I'm going to put the boilies and tigers in there, fill it up with a bit of water, and that's going to stop the bait coming out the back. And as I put a few spods out, we're going to look at the technique and also the other spods that you can use. So first of all, I've got it all in front of me, all ready to go. Just a scoop up into there, sort of 2/3 fill it, and then just dunk it in the water a couple of times. That's going to hold the baits in. Pick up the line with the bail arm directly underneath the rod. The drop on the rod is about half the length of the rod, and you can see there'll be a transfer of weight. So I'll go from my back foot through onto my front foot. It's only 80 yards, and with this kit it's really easy, but watch the technique anyway because it will help you get further. Start off on my back foot, through onto my front foot. Dink, hit the clip. Actually cast that one too hard, it hit the clip about 20 foot off the water. And then just give it a couple of seconds for the spod to clear. That's what you see a lot of people do wrong. As soon as it's hit the surface, they're winding it back in again. It doesn't give the bait a chance to come out the back of it. So probably the count of 10, all the baits will be dropping out the bottom of it. Flick the floating braid up off the surface and just try and get the back of the spod out of the water as quickly as you can. In this situation, back up to my hand, pour the water out. About 15-20 baits in there. Dunk it into the water, and the thing to concentrate on here is the splash that this fella makes when it hits the surface, or the lack of it. So weight transfer, just a nice gentle splash on the surface, and after a fish I'll probably put 6 or 8 of these out again and just try and draw the fish back into the water. If I want to put a bit more bait out and not create any splash, then I'll swap over to this fella. That's the original Skyliner, and I'll sort of 3/4 fill it and then plug it with a bit of ground bait at the top. That stops anything coming out the back, hits the water, clears really quickly, and then bring it back in. But in this situation, 6 or 8 spods in the smaller size is enough to get another bite, creates minimum disturbance, and that's how you get a big hit. Wiggling just in your forearms like that over the top of the mat. let him get it out of his system. You can normally see their tail starts tensing up. It might be okay now. No, I can feel him. You can normally feel him, see his tail starting to go. What a lot of people do at this point is let go of them. But you can either put him down on the mat or just hold him in your forearms like that. And then we hold him up. And there he is. 25.5 pounds it went. Well chuffed to get this one off the spot. And it just shows that the baiting situation is working. So we're going to get him back and show you the rig we caught him on. This is my #1 rig for fishing with boilies. It's the IQD rig. You've probably seen me use it before. I've caught some massive fish on this all over Europe on a variety of different waters. It incorporates, in this case, a size 4 curved shank hook. Quite a big hook, but because the bait hovers above it when it's lying on the bottom and the bait's got buoyancy to it, it negates the weight of the hook, so you can get away with a bigger hook, which I think is better for snagging in the fish's mouth. These size 4 captor curves are extremely sharp, and basically I've tied some 20-pound IQ2 using my favourite whipping knot onto the top of the shank of the hook. Basically you make a big loop underneath the hook, keeping the tag end really short, and with the front of the loop you just wrap around the hook once and then wrap around again to cross over, and then carry on wrapping down the hook towards your fingertips. When you've done 4 or 5 turns, pull the knot tight with the tag end and then move it up the hook before you pull it fully tight, otherwise you won't be able to move it. You can see there I've got it just above the barb of the hook, so I've got a nice big D. So once it's in position, pull it really tight and cut off the tag end, and then a micro rig swivel gets slid onto that before I tie the knotless knot. So I'm going back through the eye of the hook towards the point, wrapping around the hook 4 or 5 times really tightly. You've got to make sure that everything's lined up nicely on the back of the hook there so it sits perfectly on the bottom. Then the line goes back through the eye of the hook to pull it tight, just a simple knotless knot, and that's basically the D done. And what I like about it is that the bait and the hook are very close together, yet there's still a nice amount of movement in the bait. So if I put this in the palm of my hand and show you how it's going to catch hold, that's just turning straight away because of the stiffness of the hook link and the pattern of the hook. As soon as I tighten that up, it's turning over and catching hold. And even though the bait's close to the hook, you can see there the bait's moving around, so it's not getting in the way. And then moving down the hook link, sort of just short of halfway, I've got a small size sinker, and then around that I've put some of the dark matter putty. And what that does is it throws it out as it hits the bottom, so the rig sits flat on the bottom every single time. If you put the putty too close to the eye of the hook, that bit will sink first and the top of the hook link will be looped up, and that can get in the way. Sometimes the fish can spook off of it. And then down to the other end, I've got a link loop tied on there. It's just tied on with a 4-turn half blood knot, very, very simple knot to tie. Through the link loop, round the hook link 4 times, back through the loop you've created, and pull the tag end tight first before you pull the knot properly tight, and that will give it a little bit of extra room, and it will stop kinking the hook link on the end there. You can see that it's nice and straight, so it hasn't lost any breaking strain. And that whole thing is attached to my favourite lead system. This is the cog lead, centre of gravity that means. So you're basically picking the lead up from the heaviest point first. And that definitely gets me more bites. I've used this for a few years now, and I'm absolutely convinced I'm catching more fish because the fish are feeling the full weight of the lead instantly. Now we've mucked around with this system quite a bit, and we've now come up with this swivel system that's got a peg moulded around it. You can see this is a prototype because the swivel's still got a silver colour to it. That's why I've covered it up with shrink tube. But getting that peg to fit in the lead perfectly is what we've been playing around with, and that pushes in under just enough tension. So if we get a take, if I just shake this, boom, it's come off. So first of all it pulls out of there, and then the lead has actually come off the hybrid lead clip. You see there I've got a swivel moulded all the way through the lead clip, so there's no way it can pull out the front, and this will actually come all completely tied for you. Just slide the lead on. This is a 3.5 flat pair in this situation. Let's put that back on again. So we're just sliding that onto the arm like so. The rubber goes over the top, just wet the back of that so there's not too much tension on it, and then push the peg into it. That's not going to pull out on the cast even with a small PVA bag, but once you get a take that's going to pull out and turn it into a normal lead clip system. So it's very, very versatile. And that's finished off with some dark matter rig tubing. I absolutely love this stuff. Very, very easy to thread, very heavy as well, and picks up the contours of the bottom, and that will stop the whole thing tangling on the cast because it's thicker and heavier behind the lead. It just stops the hook link from wrapping around it, and when you're playing the fish, that's the thing that's rubbing against the fish as well, rather than the line rubbing against them, so it's kinder to the fish as well. And just before I cast it out, I'll fold a little bit of dissolving foam around the hook to stop that hook from tangling. And if you watch it when you cast, you can see the hook bait is well away from the lead system. It's definitely not tangled, sits on the bottom bolt upright, and then when that foam melts away, it will just fall over because of that bit of putty, and the rig is fishing. So if you're boilie fishing in any country around the world, that is what I recommend. The buoyancy of the hook bait is absolutely key to the success of the IQD rig, and I've achieved that buoyancy in a few different ways here. So the first one is probably my favourite. It takes a little bit more time to do, but I think it's worth it. Basically, you get some boilie paste and just knead cork dust into it. You can buy the cork dust in your local tackle shop. Just knead it in, roll one into a ball, drop it in a glass of water. It'll probably sink to start off with. Take it out, back into the paste, more cork dust on it, roll it into a ball again, drop it in, and you want it so it just floats up to the surface. You can then roll your whole mix, boil them for a couple of minutes, and they're all the perfect buoyancy. And you basically want it sitting just like that really, so the hook is laying flat on the bottom and the bait is just hovering above. And that basically means the bait is obscuring the fish's view of the hook, which I think helps it get taken in the first place. And then if the rig is ejected, then it will come back and sit in that same position again because of the buoyancy of that bait. The hook is obviously heavy, the bait is lighter, and it will always sit over that way. And then the second one's really simple to do. It's just a standard 20mm bottom bait. I've drilled it out with a nut drill. This is the 8mm size, and then filled it up with a cork plug, and that's gone almost all the way through the bait to give it enough buoyancy so it sits in that same way. You don't want too much buoyancy in these baits, so the hook sits over like that. You want the hook laying flat on the bottom. I think that's a little bit too obvious. It's almost getting towards a pop-up. And then moving on to the next one, we've got my take on a classic snowman setup. So normally you'd have one boilie on top, which would be a pop-up, and another boilie underneath. But everybody uses snowmen, and I've found by halving them, you've just got one bait there. You've still got the buoyancy and the attraction of the snowman, but it's not quite so obvious. So on the top there, that's actually a milky toffee pop-up, one of the small 10mm ones, and that's been soaked in the almond goo, and it's soaked all the way through to the middle of that. Then half a 15mm hybrid bottom bait underneath it, and that gives it that same buoyancy, so the hook lays flat on the bottom and the bait just hovers above. The only downside I'd say to that one, because you're half and half in the baits, you're allowing water to get into the centre, so that doesn't retain its buoyancy for quite as long. You can see with this one, I've scaled everything down, so it's a size 6 curve shank with a smaller bait. So if I'm fishing for smaller fish and it's not so weedy, that's probably what I'd go for. And then the last one, a bit of plastic corn with a smaller bait underneath it. That sits in the same way. That's the Banoffee pop-up corn, which has got great buoyancy to it. That'll hold that bait up really well. And you can see this one, I've changed the pattern of hook as well. This is a wide gate rather than a curved shank. If you find you're pulling out a fish on curved shanks, maybe it's very weedy and you have to pull really hard, or the fish got particularly soft or damaged mouths, then I go over to a wide gape and you'll find all of that stops. So that's how to create the different buoyancies. Actually putting them on the hair, basically what I do is get a bit of floss, put it through the eye of the micro rig swivel, needle through the bait, and pull all bits of floss through the bait, and then pull the tag end out, tie that in an overhand knot around the hair stop, and the first couple of overhand knots you do, don't pull them too tight, because otherwise you'll drag that boilie more onto that micro rig swivel and you'll close everything up and it won't move up and down the D. Once you've done those 2 knots to start off with, the last one you tie, go through the loop twice and pull it down really tight. You won't pull it any further onto the swivel then. Trim it off and then just burn it with a lighter to neaten it up, and that keeps it on. And that means you can use baits of any different size on that same rig. You haven't got to tie loads of different lengths of hairs. It's very, very versatile, and with that added buoyancy, you know the rig's going to reset every time until you actually hook one. Well, we are into another carp in very, very weedy conditions on that IQD rig and cog system. It's kiting round to the right now. I'm really having to give these fish some stick, and this is where a heavier test curve rod really pays. You see this 3 3/4 still really bends well, and I'm very thankful for having 15-pound subline on at this point. Trying to keep the fish up in the surface layers. Oh, he's just charging off now. These are hairy battles. Fish is staying in the upper layers, which suggests the lead has come off. You've just got to keep the pressure on them. Now, it's just charging around on the surface. It's really test the tackle to the limit, this does. Come on, fella. Come on, you are mine. Get in the net. Yes, got him. Wicked, that is brilliant. What a way to finish. And how about that to finish my boilie fishing masterclass? 26 pounds, 2 ounces of stunning Sandhurst common carp. Well chuffed to get this one. And if you employ the tactics I've shown you, I'm sure you'll be catching loads of these as well.
Well, here's another beautiful day ticket carp, £26, 4 ounces this one. And I caught it on a new and unique hook pattern I've been using for all of my boilie and particle fishing. I'm going to chuck this one back and show you how to use it.
Here it is. This is the
Crank.
The crank.
Yep.
Absolutely superb. Now talk me through a little bit of the history really, why you come up with it, because it is your brainchild.
I was using the curve a lot and another hook that was like a curve shank hook that was really wide in the gape at the same time. I love the curves, but I feel like we could tweak them a little bit just to make them slightly better for certain situations, the way I would use them. This hook's got a curve shank, a very, very wide gape, so you nick the fish really quickly, a beaked point and a slight offset in it as well, just to make sure that the hook stays in when you're playing them.
So you've got almost all of the properties of our favourite hooks. You've got the curve of the curve shank, the gape of a wide gape, a little beak in the point, but also an offset of some other very, very good hooks out there. So you've incorporated them all. Tom, do you think then if you had used this hook on Underwater Part 8, that you would have converted more chances?
I do, I honestly do. I even had him in my bag as well, but I didn't put them on at the time because they were slightly an earlier stage of sampling. But now, as that is now, I have so much confidence in that hook that I think if I would have cast it out on Underwater 8, I would have had more bites,
Yeah, brilliant. And you have used it to great effect. I mean, this particular rig itself you used on Thinking Tackle with great success. And the important thing to get across about this hook is its versatility, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you can use it like there at its most standard. It's with a knotless knot and it's doing the job. I tend not to change much with it, but you can use it with all different size baits, different length hook lengths, particle fishing, boilie fishing, whatever you want to do.
First thing, you've got some 20-pound semi-stiff end trap here?
Yeah, 20-pound semi-stiff end trap, about 7 inches. I'm just putting it through the back of the eye, knotless knot, whip up about 8 times and a couple of times back so your knotless knot doesn't slip around the hook. Length of hair, pretty standard really, just so the bottom of the bait will just touch the bottom of the hook if you was to sweep it underneath. We've got a little Brazil there that's got almond goo on it and a little IB slow sinking corn on top, and I fish that exactly like I would a wafter, like a boilie wafter.
So just delicately hovering there, posed.
Yeah, exactly. So the hook will sit on the floor, but the bait will just slightly hover above, not necessarily set up like that, but just be balanced so it's nice and light to go up in the fish's mouth.
Lengthwise, 6 to 8 inches?
Yeah, 6 to 8 inches generally.
Based on the lake bed, yeah?
Yeah, about 6 or 7 inches. A figure of 8 loop knot in the end, and a quick link.
Now onto the leg clip, because I know you love these hybrid leg clips,
Yeah, I
don't
really
you?
do, yeah. I mean, I use them probably 90% of my fishing. Unless I'm fishing a chod rig, I've got a hybrid leg clip on, even with zigs, things like that, because I know that they're going to drop the lead. I use them everywhere.
And on to another brainchild of yours, Tom, the dark matter rig tubing.
Yep.
Supple, heavy as you like, and easy to thread. All the things you want from a bit of rig tubing.
Yeah, it's the perfect bit of tubing, like you said. Sinks really well, thread it easily, no trouble. It's the right colour.
Well, there you go. Really simple to tie and brilliant at catching pressured fish, easy fish. It works absolutely anywhere.
Now I've got my 3 rigs back out on the spot. I'm just going to take you through my hardware quickly. First of all is my rod, an Infinity DF 3 3/4 pound test curve. They're ideally suited for long range fishing really, but because of the nice through action of the rod, I'm able to fish them at 40 yards at Walthamstow or 80 yards like I'm here today at Sandhurst. I'm coupling that with a Basia QDX reel. They've got a quick drag spool on to make it nice and easy when you're playing the fish. A perfectly designed line clip so it doesn't damage your line, and a long spool for when you want to cast them long distances. And I'm resting that set up on the Delkim TXIs. You've got the sensitivity, the volume and the tone on there. The tone's always at that deep sound for me. I don't like that high pitched sound, and the sensitivity is always between 2 and 4. I don't like it too sensitive, so when the wind's blowing you're getting bleeps all the time, but still I want enough sensitivity there to make sure that I'm getting bleeps when there's movement at the other end. I'm coupling that with a stow bobbin. The stow bobbin's got a small clip on the side of it to pinch your line, so your indication's far better, and you'll notice that my lines are much tighter today than they normally would. I'm fishing out 80 yards and there's weed in between me and where my hook baits are, so I need to make sure that I'm getting indication very, very quickly. So this is a very reliable setup and one that I use pretty much anywhere I go.
So let's talk about the boilies, because it's no secret you're fanatical about mainline. You've used it pretty much your whole fishing life, haven't you? So this is the latest, I suppose, in the long line of brilliant baits that they've brought out, the hybrid.
Yeah, I mean it's a fantastic bait. For me to have moved off of the cell must mean it's good, because I've caught so many fish on the cell and loved it. But now I'm catching just as many, if not more, on this new one.
Everyone likes a little change, and I suppose when we first put this in front of the cameras when we were filming Underwater 7 and 8 at St John's, the fish went just as mad for this as they were the cell.
Yeah, exactly.
Great for the confidence, huh?
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean, anything in a mainline bay is good, but this one really is good, yeah.
In this beautiful gunky bucket is... Get 'em out.
Tigers.
There you go. Now, I know you love always, where rules allow, of course, to have a little nutty number in your armoury.
Yep.
You love peanuts.
Yeah, peanuts I really like using. You're not allowed to use them here. Tigers I love as well. It's just wherever the situation takes you, whether you can actually get them into your swim or not. Because usually I'm just using boilies and a stick, I can't use them as much as I'd like to.
So get them up. Come on, let's have a look at them.
Because I'm spodding, I'm fishing a small sort of spot about 80 yards.
Yep.
I can put these in the spod, block it off with a little bit of ground bait there,
Yep.
and they don't come out the back.
Talk about ratios. So when you're baiting up with both, what ratio is boilies to tigers?
Probably 2/3 boilies to tigers.
Yep.
So I'll do, every 3 spods, I'll have 1 with tigers in with a little bit of ground bait, and mostly boilies.
Okay, well, talking about the ground bait, here we go. Just one from the activated range from mainline. This is the nut mix one, so to complement your growlers.
Yep.
There you go. And this is what you use just to plug up the back of the spod, is that right?
Yeah, just put it in the back of the spod. None of the nuts or boilies can fall out. It's a nice little added bit of extra attraction.
This one looks like a very dark bait. You know, it's like your cell pop-ups that you buy in a normal ready-made tub.
Yep.
But you've done something to these, haven't you?
Yeah, I've put caramel cloud goo on them ones. I've generally only got 2 baits. One's bright, one's dark, and they're both flavours that I'm really confident in. So if I think I want to use a dark bait, I'll use the caramel ones, and if I think I need a higher attract, I'll use the pink ones.
So even though these are dark, they're still going to let off a very light haze, which symbolises the amount of taste and goodness that's coming away from the hook bait. But you will still see within that haze that brown coloured hook bait. So you're almost matching the hatch, but adding a taste element, aren't you? These are cell hook baits that have just been dumbbells and normal ones that have been soaked in the pineapple, in the almond supreme and the almond power smoke. You, to be fair, were the man who discovered these on Underwater 8, weren't you?
Yeah, they worked so well then, and they've worked so well for me since, so they go everywhere with me, them ones.
Okay, and finally, we have, let me get these out, just so you can see them back at home. Very good to eat, very good to catch carp with.
You've eaten most of them, haven't
Yeah.
you? Yeah, they're brilliant bait. I sort of trim off both ends and then trim off the skin around the outside. You're left with quite a white looking nut, so they're quite a high attract thing to fish over the top of nuts, but it's almost matching the hatch as well.
So the sacred Brazil nut, like anything with the word Brazil in, it's generally quite good. Brilliant. So, and you do tip it with a bit of plastic as well, a bit of fake food from our range?
Yeah, just either a little bit of yellow corn. I'm using IB on this trip. I had a bite on that this morning. And yeah, if I want to change the colours, I would just tip it with different colour corn.
Okay, brilliant. Well, there you go. A nice compact range that you can take anywhere and be rest assured you're going to catch loads of carp.
This one's on a slightly different setup than we talked about earlier. It's on a hinge stiff rig. So hopefully if we get him in, I can talk you through it. Lovely.
Yes.
Excellent stuff. Here he is, a lovely little 19-pound Sandhurst mirror carp. This one I caught on a 2-inch pop-up on a neat little pop-up rig. I like to use as an alternative to my bottom bait setup. I'll get him back and I'll show you how to tie it.
Now, one thing I love about Dovey is every time he goes out fishing to somewhere new, you always tend to try a pop-up and a bottom bait, don't you? Why is that?
Just to work out what's working best. I mean, sometimes you just find out for whatever reason it is, I'm not sure, but that a pop-up will work best or a bottom bait will work best, so it's for you to find out, isn't it?
Okay, so let's talk, firstly, what do you like about this?
The three main things I like really are the swivelling part here so that it can spin and catch hold in the fish's mouth. 2, that it's extremely stiff, both this part and this part here, so you don't get any tangles. And 3, just the height of the pop-up there.
Okay, so that's about, I'd say, 1.5 inches including the hook?
Yeah, it's just a short little pop-up rig. It's not 2 or 3 inches like some people fish. It's just off the deck.
Right. Now, before we talk about how to tie it, one of the sort of signatures of all of your fishing is the end trap semi-stiff.
Yeah.
You had it on your crank hook rig. This particular thing, is that all about the reset? You've mentioned it so many times on the underwater.
Yeah.
Fish get away with it more times on your rigs than anyone else's. But that's why you like a stiffer material.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's for non-tangles in the beginning. And then it's for the same reason while it's out there. If the fish are picking it up, spit it back out, it's kicking back out, and you're out there for another go.
So come on then, a little bit fiddly,
Yeah.
but how'd you get this fella tied up?
Put it through the back of the eye like you normally would for a knotless knot. Whip up the shank 5 times, so not quite as many as you normally would, and then go back through the back of the eye. So you've got a standard knotless knot, and then what would normally be your hair, I'd slide on a small rig ring, and then I'll pass the hair back through the back of the eye, cut it, and then blob it, so then you formed your D. And then I'll tie the mouth trap with just a 2-turn blood knot to the size 11 ring swivel, and then I'll just tie on my boom section, which is the 20-pound mouth trap.
Okay.
End trap even.
Yep, and you've got a nice little curve in that, just to sort of help it catch the bottom lip
Yep.
on pickup. Now, there's another ready-tied version of this, Tom. The chod part of this, if you like, that little bit is available ready-tied, isn't it?
Yeah, it's available exactly the same spec as that, 1.5 inches off the deck, tied almost the same. I mean, I should be using them really.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, straight out the packet, and all you have to do then is get yourself a spool of end trap, and you can just knock this up. If you don't have the time or you don't want to do it, you can do a ready-tie version, exactly the same. And let's talk about the pop-ups, Tom. I presume they have to be quite buoyant, mate, don't they, to keep this up?
Yeah, I mean, the mainline pop-ups are really buoyant anyway. That's just a size 12. I like to fish small pop-ups, especially when I'm fishing over nuts and boilies. So, yeah, it's extremely buoyant. I'm not leaving it out there for more than 5 or 6 hours anyway, so it's not going to sit over. I'll reel it in and change it.
Well, there you go, an awesome pop-up rig that Dovey rates very highly. And remember, next time you visit a new venue for the very first time, then try a pop-up and a bottom bait and just see which one works out best on the day. Now then, Davanelli, the question on a lot of people's lips is always about bait quantity. So let's take a typical venue, like Sandhurst or a well-stocked day ticket with a few hundred carp in it. You're on a 24-hour session.
Yep.
You arrive. How much bait do you normally put out at the start?
About 20 to 25 spods.
Okay.
Something like that. Yeah, if you put 6 or 7, you know, up to 10 spods out first of all, it can be gone pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So I make sure that put 20 out. And you know, you've got a nice bit of bait out there to start the session.
Okay, so this is the typical spod that you use to bait up with. This is the Skyliner.
Skyliner, yeah.
Which is the original spod, if you like. Very aerodynamic, but puts out a good payload.
Yep.
So 25 or 20 to 25 spods at the start. But what about when you've had a fish? What do you top up with then?
If I'm catching every now and then, probably 5 or 6 spods every go. Every time I catch a fish. If I'm catching more fish, you know, I'm getting double takes and it's quite a hectic session, then I'll put 10 spods out because there's obviously a lot of fish in the swim and all your bait's going. So you've got to read how much bait you think's being eaten to say how much you put out.
Okay, great stuff. Now, talking about topping up, do you ever change the type of spod that you put out?
Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes I'll chop between this and a Sky Raider, slightly smaller, more aerodynamic. If the wind picks up, I'll use a Raider. And if I just want to put a little bit of bait out after each fish, then I'll use a Raider as well.
Is there a case for the dinner bell in between lulls in the action?
Yeah, definitely, exactly in between what you've just said. Not doing nothing and not putting loads out all the time. You've put your bed of bait out, so there's enough bait there to get them going. It's more the case of just putting 2 out every couple of hours if nothing's happening, just to keep a bit of interest in the swim.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it on Underwater 7 and 8, didn't we? That the fish would almost get bored of a spot. You know, they'd have a feel. They'd never clean you out totally, would they?
Yeah, no.
Most of it would be gone, but then either a handful of bait or even Dan trying to scare the ducks with the sound of the spod would just instantly draw fish in.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a mirror image of what happens on a lot of lakes?
Yeah, definitely. The spod's used so common now that the fish know that it's food.
Yeah.
So as soon as it lands, they're coming in to see and investigate what's happening. So yeah, keeping it going in is important.
All right, final question. You're on a big fish venue now,
Yeah.
or a lower stocks venue, let's say. What sort of quantities do you go for there?
Between 5 and 10, and I'll probably have 2 different spots. So less amount of bait, 2 different areas, just fishing for a bite at a time.
Yeah.
So I'm not putting loads of bait out to try and get a hit, just trying to nick a bite.
So you're trap setting.
Exactly.
Okay, well, great stuff. So think about the amounts you put out, and if you follow Tom's advice, then you're going to get off to a running start. I absolutely love using solid bags, whether I'm fishing at short range or long range, in or out of weed, or after small fish or big carp. It really doesn't matter. This method is brilliantly versatile, and what I love about it the most is that it's confidence in a bag. When it's out there, I know my rig is always presented, and we've tried to tell you on the underwater filming how important it is that that rig and that bait is acceptable to the carp and they can get it in their mouth. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this baby out there and I'm going to take you through my solid bag masterclass. The first thing I do when I'm solid bag fishing is actually prepare the bait that I'm going to put inside the bag. So you can go as mad or as simple as you like. So this is a simple option, so you could just use plain pellets. Now the brilliant thing about this spod and PVA mix by Mainline is you've got all different sizes of pellets, different breakdowns, different attractors, and the good thing about this is the fact that it actually helps to compact the bait better. Because you've got all different sizes, they almost sort of purchase around each other like a nice cement, giving you a perfect solid bag. Now that's a simple one. If you want to get a little bit more chef-like, and I definitely like to do that quite regularly, you can knock up your own version, okay? And you can get as creative as you want. So the first thing that I've done in this little sample here, you'll see there's lots of ground bait and pellets and all sorts in there, and bits of rock salt and different attractors. I add a bit of this pellet, so that goes in to the bottom of one of these partitions in the tracker bucket. On top of that, I then add some of this salty stick mix that Mainline do. Lovely attractors. Everyone knows that carp love salt, and they love fishy stuff as well. It's like a salty, fishy mix. That goes in there as well, just a few good handfuls if you like. On top of that, I then add some raspberry plumed pellets, okay? Still using the PVA and bag mix pellets that Mainline do. I've just glazed them in raspberry plume, left them in the sun to dry, and I saw on the underwater film that carp definitely took a liking to them. They visited the spot and kept attacking the bag with them in. So just a sprinkling of them. I don't want too many in, it could cause too much attraction. And then quite simply after that, I just add some of the activated hemp mix by Mainline as well. The word activated gives it away. On the bottom, it will sort of fizz up and do all sorts of wonderful things. And that's, you know, quite simply what you want on the bottom to create a bit more activity, and hopefully fish moving over the top are going to be attracted by it. Now, I used to actually add some goo into the mix before I cast out. All I do now is once the solid bag's made, this is actually a medium-sized one, I quite simply just inject the nozzle of the goo bottle into the bag once it's all made and just squeeze some of the goo in there, and that's the way I use it when I'm solid bag fishing. So that's bait. We're now going to look at the rig that I put inside a solid bag. The first two things you need to know is I like to keep the length quite short, normally between 4 to 5 inches, sometimes shorter depending on the situation and the bait I'm putting in, but always with a soft braided hook link. You know, a lot of people I've seen putting mono in there and coated hook links, and the problem is that'll coil, you'll get rigidity, and it will just look like a bag of spanners, to be honest. So Supernatural in 18 pounds or 25 pound is my chosen braid that I like to use. So what I do, take a captor curve out of the pack, a size 4 I've been using, certainly in the last year. After watching the underwater film, I noticed that carp weren't put off by a big hook. In fact, it helped with the hooking efficiency. I saw Dan using a size 4 on a D-rig, a size 4 curve, and it nailed one of the smaller fish that came in the swim, and that was all the convincing that I needed. I tie a knotless knot to the captor curve. Once I've done that, what would normally form the hair has been cut off quite simply because it's just a tag end. To that, I just slide over a little bit of shrink tube, only about 4 mils worth. I'm not a big shrink tube fan, I don't have lots of it, and the curve shank already has great hooking efficiency. And you'll notice there's only a couple of mil protruding there once it's melted down. Once I've done that, I slide on a little ring swivel. Really like the addition of these. It was something that my mate Gaz Fairham showed me years ago, and it's really served me well, both in solid bags and just standard pop-up rigs. And then quite simply just put on a hook bead. You'll see loads of these on the market. Just pick one that doesn't slide around the shank. I like these ones, they stay in position quite well, and it means it can withstand a hard cast, and it'll also obviously stay fine in a solid bag, so you're not putting any pressure on it. Once that's on there, note the position of it. It's sort of level with the centre of the point. Not quite as far down as the point and not quite as high up as the barb. That's just so it sits, if it's on a pop-up, quite aggressively like that. Or if you like to slide down the sinker that I've put onto this hook link, I use that to house the putty on the braid. But the great thing with this rig is you can either fish it as a bottom bait or a wafter like that. Okay, so quite good substitute this pop-up, this mainline cell pop-up coated in goo with a wafter or a bottom bait one, and then just have the IB fake food on top to counterbalance it and just give it a little buoyancy. Or like this one, because I've got a pop-up on, it will sit up beautifully like that. And as to how you put the hook bait on with the ring swivel, thread through a bit of floss, and then just slide the two baits which are housed on a braided boilie needle, sort of sandwich the floss into the braid needle, and then just pull them on there, and then just with a boilie stop tie a few granny knots over the top of it and steam them down with a lighter, and they're bang on, and that won't come undone. When you're fishing with a solid bag, you want everything to be nice and streamlined, okay? Often also you're fishing into weed. I love using them in weed and when I'm snag fishing, so I tend to always use a drop-off system and an inline setup. So if you have a look here, very simple to do. I've got a safe zone leader here in weed green. I've cut off the ring of the ring swivel that comes already spliced onto a loop. Then I thread on a tail rubber at the other end, just wet the safe zone leader, and that'll slide down nicely. And if I show you what part of the swivel I crimp down to give you that drop-off element, this is the part that you would normally tie your hook link to, but if you notice here, my hook link's tied to the swivel that's spliced on to the safe zone leader, because this end is going to plug into the lead to form the drop off. All you do is take the actual crimp tool and just close that down only a fraction, and that makes it slightly looser to go into the plastic insert on the inline pair, and that'll be absolutely bang on. So it means as soon as a fish picks it up, shakes its head, you get two things. Not only does the lead come off to give you direct contact with the fish, you also get the sort of anti-eject property. It shakes its head, trying to use the lead almost to help get the hook out, does the opposite. It actually causes them more bother, and they sort of shoot up to the surface and they're absolutely nailed. So there you go, that's the rig, something I love using in solid bags. Now let's look at the tricky part, tying a solid bag. Getting the solid bags perfect is what it's all about. There's two reasons for that, right? The first thing is they go out beautifully. If you had it saggy and it's likely to sort of go out, the wind's going to flutter it around, there's too much giving way, and you're going to lose accuracy as well. So for distance and accuracy, you want the bag formed perfectly like this. The next decision you have to make is the actual bag size. Now the solids range comes in 4 different sizes. The small that you see here is actually my favourite one, because I think it's the most versatile for the majority of the fishing that I do. However, when I'm fishing in real heavy weed, if I'm casting onto blanket weed, then I'll be using the medium and the large. The reason for that is because when that bag opens up, especially with the contents that I've shown you, it will sort of fold open and actually just sort of give me a bed for my hook bait to sit on. First thing I do, take one out of the packet, take the solid bag out and just pierce it once right through with a braid needle, okay? That's going to help push the air out. Now get the little spoon and just quite simply just scoop in a couple of sort of spoonfuls of the ground bait into the bottom of the bag. Once you've done that, I then add the lead. A lot of people try to put the lead in last, but if you want it streamlined in flight, then you want to make the nose heavy. So the lead goes in and the hook link just sort of hangs out. I then carry on filling the bag up until it's about 2/3 full, and then I just carefully place in my hook bait, just running the hook link down so it sort of works its way along the side of the bag wall, okay? Once that's done, I then top it up with a bit more ground bait and then just quite simply start tapping it in the palm of my hand. And by doing that, what you're doing is actually making the contents get tighter and tighter until, look, if I push down there, that's solid, all right? But once it's in the water, it'll open up nicely, but you want it solid in the cast, I mentioned. So by tapping it down, you achieve that result. Then just lick your finger and then just rub it along the inside of the bag, okay? Once you've done that, twist the bag, okay? And then just lick the outside of the bag, and that just helps you form this. Look, this lovely formed crease. A lot of people like to use PVA tape to tie them off. I prefer to lick and stick. And the good thing about these solids range is they are the most versatile bags I've ever used, okay? Some don't stretch very well, some don't lick and stick very well. These do it all, okay? So once you've done that, it's all about getting the corners streamlined. So you just tap them in, and then again, just wet your finger, put it on either side, or lick the corners, and just fold them in, and you're going to have a beautifully formed bag like that. But that's a solid bag. To get the best out of them, that's how you need to pack them. Just a brilliant way of fishing. A top tip for you when you're solid bag fishing is make a loop in the end of your main line, okay? And this allows you to speed fish, because the great thing is I like to use the safe zone leaders, which already have a loop fused in the end of them, okay? You can also mimic that with lead core, and you have loads of bags or a couple tied up, and it means you wind in and instantly you thread the loop from your main line through the loop of the safe zone leader, and just quite simply pull through the already made solid bag, and just quite simply pull it through, and you've gone from not fishing to fishing within seconds. Oh, you're away. Well, good morning. We're at a venue that I've grown up fishing, to be honest. We're at Layer Pits in Essex, flanked by my main man, Tom Dove. And what we're going to look at over the next couple of days, if you like, is our approach to day session carping. I'll be utilising solid bags. Tom will be doing what he done so beautifully at Sandhurst. We're going to try to show you how the methods that we use throughout the DVD are transferable to all different lakes all across the country, you know. So whether you're a northerner telling us why we don't come up north, I promise you all of these methods, they will work anywhere on the planet. And look at that, it's a lovely common. Beautiful. They really are wonderful fish here, and they bring back fond memories of my childhood.
Oh, it is on the pink one.
On the pink one, there you go. So that's this is what you were using at Sandhurst, isn't it, Dudley?
Yeah, trusted old almond, mate. Got to
Here
get
we
in
go.
it. Lovely.
Lovely. Beautiful.
Well, here he is, a beautiful layer common of about £15. It's late October now, completely different venue, but same result with very similar tactics.
Right, just get this on the rest. Now I'm going to take you through the bite indication system that I like to use on short sessions and long sessions. A lot of good accessories here from the Delkim stable. Now the first one is something that I'm really fond of. This is the ES indication set. Now I used to use the longer version. That comprised of the longer Nightlight Pro and the longer Duo Carb, which is actually extendable. Now what they did, through popular demand basically, is create an extra short version, and all that simply happens with this is the Nightlight Pro just slides in and just connects with a jack socket straight into the bottom of any Delkim alarm, either the TXI or the EV. It's perfectly compatible with. And the Duo Carb, the reason you use it is because of this. You know, yesterday was one of the windiest days of the year. Today it's still quite windy, and the last thing you want with a bobbin with relatively slack lines is for it to be sort of shaking around in the wind. You're going to be getting constant bleeps, and the Duo Carb totally eliminates that. So if I just show you, any indication here from fish is shown, and that's what I like about a swinger system. Sometimes in heavy wind, compared to a bobbin or the stow, just having this alternative option gives you something, that sort of added security in wind, if you like. Now the great thing about this is it just connects. I can even show you that. Have a look at this. Just clips on there onto the D-lock system. It comprises of a shoe and foot, and basically you just quite simply with an Allen key put one part of it into the buzzer bar, and then the Delkim also takes another part of the system, and it just clips on and off. So at the beginning of the session, just clip your alarms on, and at the end, take them off and put them away safely in another pouch. So it's a real clever little system, that. And this is called the Smart Clip. Now, the great thing about this Smart Clip is if you buy a rod that hasn't got a line clip on it, like these new Whisker DFs that don't have a line clip, but don't worry, because this Smart Clip really does come to the rescue. It goes on really easily. You've got one big sort of rubber washer that just swings around the front and the back of the clip and just hooks in there, and that's what sandwiches it against the blank of the rod. And if I show you this, if you like line clips, then you'll love this. It's got two little sort of ball bearings magnetised in here. Now you could have it just running like that, so just like a running line clip, just giving a different angle and indication, if you like. That just increases the sensitivity of your bite indicator because you've got two sort of different angles there. Now, if you want the line clip element, then you can just pull it into here. So you can have it clipped once, or if you want the added bang of a line clip, you can have it clipped twice. So you've got it once through the ball bearing, if you like, and twice through different clips on the actual line clip system itself. So that's, if I show you the resistance it gives, I'll pull it right up, have a look at now, listen to this. One clip, two clips, and then it's onto that, and then when you pick the rod up, that'll stay in that, and then when you strike, that'll come out of it. So it's a really clever system, and the great thing is you can cast with this on the rod. I've got to admit, me and Dovey weren't too sure when we first started using them whether you'd be able to cast with them, but you really can. And if you want to increase the weight of the bobbin, I like to have them about a foot away from the front of the alarm, but if you move it away from the alarm, that'll increase the weight that you transmit to there. And obviously you've got different stack weights that you can add on to all of these systems that they've got. Onto the Nightlight Pro you can add stack weights, but I like to just keep them the standard weight and just adjust if you can move it along, and that basically reduces the weight. So you can have a slack line, but with the bobbin still quite high up. So a real nice system. And just to finish that off, if you like snag ears, and these are really tighty, these are the Delkim snag ears, and they quite simply just slide onto a little battery plate that comes complete with them. So you take off the one that normally comes on the alarm and just replace it with this one, and they just slip in there quite simply. And obviously if you're fishing left or right out of your swim and you don't want that rod torn off the rest, then snag ears complement it beautifully. And the other thing is they just look really nice, don't they? Let's be honest, those little ears poking up into the sky, they just add something else to your setup, and everyone likes to stare at them, especially on a slow session when you're not catching anything. Nothing better than to be looking at a nice tighty setup. So there you go, that's the indication system. Next we're going to have a look at some of the hardware.
Well, this is my third bite now. I went a little bit quiet for the afternoon, and I realised that the people that do catch over him, when I've caught before, is when I've kept very busy and kept spodding. So I've got the spod rod out, had a few spods, my right hand rod's tore off, so I'm just putting out a mixture of stuff today. I've got some hemp, maples, corn, some crushed cell, little bits and bobs, and then I can fish whatever I want on the hair then. It seems to work really well here. You'll notice as well that I've got much smaller reels with me today. I tend to take my lighter little setup to dating waters like this. I've got a 2 3/4 longbow and a little M-cast BR free spool reel, and it's just perfect for waters like this. Number 3, beautiful. A cracking layer pit's common, and this one definitely goes to show that if your swim goes a little bit dormant, keep busy, put some spods out, and it can definitely get you some extra bites.
I've managed to bend into one now on a solid bag, which is the methods that I was showing you at Sandhurst in difficult conditions, so it didn't really show this method off that well. And to be honest, being one of my favourite methods, I felt a bit sad for them, to be honest, but they really do deserve to be shown in the best light because they can be devastating in the right situations. When I come to layer on a normal session or any sort of lake of this type with a good stock of fish, Tom and I and any of the Team Korda boys would be looking to change methods all day long. Now I mentioned the hardware to you, and this is the first fish that I've actually hooked and playing on a Whisker DF. This is a British built rod, and the action of this is very different to other rods that I've felt, to be honest. It's got a real nice backbone, but a really flexible tip. And it's chucking them solid bags out so easily. They're just punching out there with almost no effort. And I've just coupled it with a cross-cast BR. So it's got the free spool mechanism on it. It's not a huge big pit reel. It's what I would describe as a medium big pit. Perfect for fishing somewhere like Layer. You need to be casting sort of 80 to 100 yards regularly, and this offers you exactly that. Look at that, you can just hear the purr of the spool, it's lovely. Really nice balanced setup, and with a Whisker DF, which is available in all the usual test curves, it really is a lovely setup, and I'm enjoying using them. And they're very accurate, and that's what you find with the British blanks. You know, where you aim is where they go. And when you're as dodgy as I am, go on Dovey, ease away, double takes are us. Beautiful stuff. Let the old blonde wizard get out of the way. I'm going to be working our way this way. Getting trashed at 80 yards. Right, I'm going to work our way over here. We'll keep Dovey in the background. Come on, beautiful. Yes, lovely. You never get bored of catching layer pit carp. There you go. Another one.
Whoa.
Oh.
Bosh. He's in there, Al.
Yeah, he is. The deepest net in the world. Well, there you go, Dovey. Nice start to the morning.
Yeah, result, mate, isn't it?
And really important, isn't it, to, you know, stress to everyone at home, it's all about keeping busy on these sort of places, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think as soon as you let your swim go dormant, the fish go away and you don't catch anything. So keeping busy, putting spods out, recasting your rods, putting more goo on, putting a new bag on, casting it back out again, that's what you should be doing all the time.
Exactly. So the sun's coming out, the carp are playing game, and we're going to slip these back, and hopefully there's a few more layer carp yet to come.
Here is another little layer common. It's early afternoon now. Put a few more spods out. I had a bite, Ali had a bite, unfortunately he lost his one, but we've landed this one. Ali's putting some more spods out now to see if we can get some more action.
Tom, come over here, son. You always keep things simple, but you're always busy. That's an important part of short session carping, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, especially in waters like this when you've got a lot of fish in the water. You make sure you keep busy. There's always an opportunity to be able to make sure you don't miss it.
Right, great stuff. Right, time for you to go home. We're going to carry on carping into the darker hours.
Welcome to the next leg of our team Korda Masterclass. This time it's a masterclass on French commercial fishing. We've picked a lake called Carpessons, about 4 hours from Calais, because it's the typical kind of place that loads of people target for their holidays from all over Europe. So not just the English fish here, the French are here a lot, the Dutch are here, the Germans, the Belgians. They all come here in their droves to catch fish to over 65 pounds. I'm here with my good mate Darryl Peck. There he is there, carp catching machine that he is. And we've got 2 swims that give us loads of water, but as you can see, after that 4-hour drive we are racing against the sunlight, so we're going to get the rods out and then talk tactics in the morning. And how about that for a way to start our masterclass on French commercial fishing? A 56.25 pound mirror carp from Carpessons. Oh, well tough with this one, well tough. 1 of 5 in a night. And after casting in really late, some of the casts went out in the dark. Every rod went last night, and they're properly on this high impact boilie. Really important to give these big fish a lovely oxygen bath. It's a trick that comes from the bailiffs at Gigantica. Helps revive fish, especially when the water is very warm, because there's less dissolved oxygen in warm water. While he's in the sling, just let it just keep cascading into it all through his gills. And especially when you've got a fish that's very lethargic, you will feel the life come back into them. Look at that, what a carp. I'm going to get this fella back now and talk to you about spots in the swim, because choosing a spot at the start of the week is absolutely key. Oh, mwah. Thank you, my love. Off you go. I've chosen an absolutely gorgeous swim. It's normally a double. I've been allowed to use 5 rods here by Olivia, who runs the lake, because I've got so much room, and there are so many areas in this swim. But the main 3, you've got the margin down the side of that island, down there. That just looks absolutely gorgeous, proper fishy down there. Then you've got an open water area out in the middle. That's going to do fish, no doubt about it. And then down on the margin there, I've already had bites off of that margin. You know, it just screams carp along there. It's a no fishing bank, and most people will be tempted to fish as far down there as they can. I'm not going to do that. So first of all, to talk to you about how I'm going to map the swim out, the bottom of the lake. The reel is a Basia, which is a little bit extravagant as a marker reel, but I've had this one for absolutely years, and you can see the floating braid on there has gone almost white where I've cast it so many times. Floating braid is very thin, it's got no stretch in it, so when you feel the lead hit the bottom, it really exaggerates that feeling. Much better than mono. So if you're going to use a marker rod, you really should have floating braid on it. That's got a 50-pound armour called leader attached to it. I've used a 4-turn water knot to join the 2. That takes the force of the cast, and when I'm using a marker float, it stops the marker float from tangling on the cast. And then the rod, this is a Daiwa Longbow DF marker rod. So very, very stiff, probably 4 1/4, 4.5 pound test curve, and that is so important with a marker rod. I've used a few other people's marker rods over the years and they've got a really soft tip. I can't understand why people do that. The stiffer the rod, the more you're going to feel down the rod as you're pulling the lead along the bottom, and also the further it's going to cast as well. And this has got a fantastic recovery. This will cast the lead absolutely miles. And that's really important. If you can't marker float or fill the bottom with this rod as far as you can fish with your fishing rods, it's limiting you. So you want a really stiff rod with floating braid on as your marker rod. And you can see there's no float at the moment. All I've got is a probe lead on the end of that. And what I've basically done is made a big loop, if I can hold that for you. I've made a great big loop in the end of that armour called leader, and I've looped to looped on that probe lead. They come in 3 ounce and 4 ounce. This is the 4 ounce version. No coating on it, which means you feel more as you drag it along the bottom. You can see that one's properly beaten up where I've been dragging it over the bottom. So what I do first of all, I'll be casting this out around the swim at the areas where I feel like I should be fishing. And I'll be feeling the lead as it hits the bottom. It might be weedy out there, I don't know. Cast out, feel it hit the bottom. As it happened this time it crashed down, which meant it was either gravel or very firm mud. And cast around, and it was just crashing down everywhere. So it's really clear out there, so it gives me a good indication straight away of what I'm fishing on. Unfortunately, when I got here, there were fish showing out over that middle area. And that copse of trees in the distance that sort of dips down, they were showing in that sort of direction. And I literally just cast the lead out to roughly where they were showing, felt the lead hit the bottom, crash. It was nice and clean, just pulled it back a little tiny bit, just went ding, ding, ding along the bottom. It's not really gravel, it's just sort of firm mud. And I know it's clean out there. So I then clip up the line, wind it in, and then go round the Signet marker sticks. And it actually turned out to be 26 turns round the marker sticks, 26 rod lengths, which is 104 yards. So that was my middle area sorted straight away. Oh, just had a bleep. Oh, I think we're in on the left-hand rod. So this is the middle area that I saw the fish showing when I first got here, and where they're jumping is a great indication of where you should be fishing. I wasn't worried about the depth or anything. If they're showing there and it feels good, that's where to start fishing. And I'm fishing 2 rods out over that area, and then just for ease I decided to cast the lead up that side bank, and at exactly the same distance, 26 rod lengths, and it went crash again. That's plenty good enough for me. So it means when I'm using the throwing stick, I know it's the same distance with the stick over all those rods, and that's really key. If I'm spodding as well, I'm clipping the spod up at 26 rod lengths, so I know if I'm spodding, I can put bait out on both areas without having to muck about. So that's that side of the swim. If I was fishing here with another angler, that would be my water, and the other angler's water would be down that margin and out into the lake. And that next area, it just screams carp down there. You've got a no fishing bank that's probably 300 yards long. Swim 3 fishes up it as well. And I've just gone down to a decent distance down. It's ended up being 23 rod lengths down there, which is probably about 1/3 of the way down. And again, I've just cast the marker rod with just a lead on the end, and got it clipped up, one really close to the trees, which happened to be 23 rod lengths and a foot, and then the other one is coming away from the trees, and I just did it at exactly the same distance. Once I'm happy with those 2 spots, what I'll do is I'll loop to loop the lead off. That's the point of having the loop on the marker rod, so I haven't got to cut the line, and then slide on the stem of the marker float system, then the bead, and then loop to loop the float on, and put the same probe lead on the end of the stem, whack it out. It's obviously already clipped up at 23 rod lengths over there. Let it up, and then I can go round and use it as something to bait up to. And then once I've baited up the first time, I know where the float is, I know what it lines up with on the opposite bank, I know how far off the bank it is. I can then go round there without the need for the float and just keep baiting up. And on one rod, because it's so close to the trees, I can literally throw them in, and then the other rod, I'm catapulting them out with the new Korda catapult, and literally it's only 15 yards off the bank. It looks a long way from here, but when you go round there, it still looks pretty close. And I'll just carry on baiting up without the need for the marker float. And I'll do exactly the same thing on this long area. I've put the float out on the long area and I've used the throwing stick, and I've seen that in conditions like this I can get 3 baits 100 yards. 3 20mm boilies I can get 100 yards because I've got the wind slightly favouring me. I'm guessing into the wind it's probably going to cut down to 1 bait will go that distance, but I now don't need to keep using the float every time I want to put bait in. I've got the spod clipped up at the distance as well. I'm using the Sky Winder, which is the solid spod, for putting out whole and half boilies, maybe a few tiger nuts. And the other great thing about those spods is when you put them out, they float on the surface, and you can use that as a marker to bait up to with a throwing stick. So you're not putting a marker float through the middle of the swim, so you're not potentially scaring fish. You can put a spod full of bait out and then use that as a marker and put baits over the top. And if you use the new brightly coloured spod braid that we're doing, that will also get rid of the seagulls. It's not a problem here, fortunately, but in the UK, and I know in Holland and Belgium, some of my mates over there really complain about the seagulls. And having that bright coloured braid on the surface, it doesn't stop them diving, but it stops them landing. So you can get bait out with a throwing stick and the spod and get a nice spread of boilies out there. I've basically taken a good couple of hours casting around, making a note of all the distances, and because we're using the Signet distance sticks, to get under that tree over there is 23 rod lengths and a foot. It's always going to be 23 rod lengths and a foot. So if I come back here next year or in 2 years' time, the cast is going to be exactly the same. Out there, I'm getting bites at 26 rod lengths. That'd be exactly where I'd start next time I came. A good spot is a good spot. So all those things, they go into creating a really successful session. All that extra effort, the time and trouble at the beginning of the session. You know, you've got 7 days in the swim. It doesn't matter if you cause a bit of commotion on the first day. It's better to do that than catch nothing for 2 days and then start doing it and potentially ruin your swim in the middle of the week. He's getting quite close now, this fish. Come on. In you come. First one for a little while in the daytime. Get in the net, come on. Yes! Wicked. I think this is going to be a good session, you know. What a chunky one this is. We shall call him Starburst because of all them little tiny pin scales down by the wrist of his tail. Proper chunky French mirror. And this is proof that it's worth searching out your spots at the start of the session, get the swim going, and they're going to be all over you.
Lovely Carpson's mirror, this, £33. Taken on the high impact banoffees, white banoffee hook bait, and the ready tied supernatural rigs. Right guys, what I want to talk to you today about is my swim layout. First of all, if you can see, I've actually got 2 swims. This is position 1 at Carpson's, and it's actually meant for 2 anglers, so there's enough room for 2 people to be bivvied up in here. But as I'm fishing my own, I've got to consider the water that I want to be looking at, so I want to view both swims. So I've set right back at the back, so I can see out of this position and out of this position. It's also very important that your bivvy's not in the way for casting. You know, you don't want to be like hooking the top of your bivvy and cracking off, snapping a rod. That's the worst case scenario. Right, the bivvy I've gone for is the Tempest Air. I've been a big fan of the original Tempest for a long time and an avid user of it. The main difference is the Air is 10% smaller and doesn't come with a zip in front. Perfect for the mobile angler like myself. But as you can see, this one's got an overwrap on it, so it makes it suitable for longer sessions. You know, it'll keep you warm, it'll keep you dry, and it gives you a little bit more space when you're doing a week in France or a 2 or 3 nighter back home. The main things that you should be aware of with the Tempest Air is how you set it up. Basically, it's very simple and it is probably its key strength. You first lay the ground sheet out, position it where you want it in your swim, like we talked about casting, make sure it's out of the way. Take the bivvy from the bag, you put the 5 legs together, splay them round, and then you've got the mechanism on the top. You pull over the metal lever and attach the stainless clip. That sets the bivvy and its shape.
On the ground sheet, there's a tensioning points, and they correspond to the sides of the bivvy. Basically, once you clip them on, that sets the tension for the bivvy. Once you go round the ground sheets, there's elasticated pegging points, and again, they match with the pegging points round the bivvy. Once you've done that, and you've put the overwrap on top, that simply goes on exactly the same pegging points all the way round. So you can just take the same pegs out and go on top of, or if you want a little gap, you know, you put another set of pegs in all the way round, and that way you're never getting blown away. As you can see, the key benefit of a Tempest bivvy is the ability to get the bed chair right to the back. You know, the worst thing I hate in fishing is reaching behind on the bed chair trying to find stuff in the dark. As you can see, everything goes in front of the bed chair and it's easy access. So first of all, the bed chair, that's a flat 6 by Tracker. Ultra light, ultra comfortable, and old bed chairs tended to have that curvature like at the head end, which means you can't lie on your side, you end up with a really bad back. That's a really comfy bed and weighs absolutely next to nothing. You know, coming round from that, I've got my bivvy table. It's a carbon effect Tracker one again. Got my tackle box on there with all the bits I need for this session. I've just got a few essentials out, you know, so I don't have to go rummaging through the box in the middle of the night. I've got everything I need just to hand. Coming round, I've got my brew kit. I've got a Tracker titanium stove, Tracker kettle, all there, easy access, again, straight in front of me. I've got the little comfy chair that helps your back. You know, when you sit on a bed chair for a week session like I am here in France, you sit in the centre of the bed chair and it all sags and gets uncomfortable. That little chair on there will make your life a lot better, trust me. Rucksack's tucked in the corner. There you have it, you know, this is how I set my swim up, and I've thought carefully about the layout. You should think carefully about yours too.
Fish number 2 for me, 38 pounds of Carpson's mirror. A little bit slower on my side than Dan's. The bulk of the fish seemed to be up the other end of the lake, but I took this one at 120 yards on the gravel spot into the wind using 13-foot infinities and the 12-pound tapered subline.
Well, we are into another fish. It's an incredible run of action for the first sort of 12 hours of being here, and they just seem to really be responding to this bait. We're using the high impact from Mainline, which is a shelf life bait, and the perfect sort of bait for this sort of venue. You can fish for a week and it doesn't go off, and the fish are absolutely loving it, and the foodstuffs that go in it make it pretty much identical to the baits from Mainline that everybody knows and loves, like the Cell and Activate, stuff like that. They've put really good ingredients in these, so the fish enjoy eating them and keep eating them. That's the important thing. A lot of ready-mades are very bitter to the taste, very strong tasting, and you might catch them once on them, but you won't catch them again and again. But with these ones you will. Really important not to panic at this point. You know, it's obviously a decent fish. We all want to get them in the net, but you can pull too hard, and when it's on a short line you can snap the hook link, pull the hook out. You know, it's a powerful rod, 3 3/4 test curve. Just take your time. Looks like a good one. We can wade out a little bit to get him in the net. Get in the net. Yes! That is a proper big one. Yes! Well, how about that? It's 2 a chuck at the moment. Another fish. Every bite has come on these Banoffee wafters. They are absolutely amazing hook baits. And every single bite is coming on the ready tied rigs. Can you believe that? 30 years of carp fishing and I'm using ready tied rigs. It just shows you the stuff straight out of the packet is more than good enough. You'll notice that I'm not playing the fish on the clutch, so I'm back winding when they want to take line. And the reason for that is it's kinder to the line. Oh, tipped over his dorsal again. If you're using the clutch, basically you are putting twist into the line. It's a lovely way to play the fish, but we're hoping for a lot of bites in this session, so I'm going to protect the line as much as I can. But I always bring spares with me to France. I've got a couple of spools of 15-pound subline. You know, if you get cut off, or you get a trailer go through your lines and ruin all your line, or you pick up one of your other lines, you can easily damage a spool of line, and you need spares so that you can carry on fishing effectively. Oh. Right, you're ready. Get in the net, get in the net, yes! Right, it's finally time to get the big one out. So we're just going to break the net down first of all. Obviously if you can get in with chesties on, it's even better for the fish. And all I'm going to do is slide him into this tracker retention sling. If you haven't got one of these are a brilliant bit of kit. I couldn't fish without these now. So much better for the fish. And on my lake in France, we've actually got a rule that you're not allowed to get the fish out of the water in the landing net. It must be transferred into the sling. You don't have to take it out the net, but just do what I've done there, slide it into the sling, and then just check before you pick the fish up that the whole thing's in the sling, and just check his fins are flat against his body, which they are, nice and flat like that, not bent back the other way. Do the other side as well. Okay, the scales are all zeroed and Mr. Peck is on hand to help me. Just make sure he's fully in there. Cool. Right, let's get him on the mat. That is heavy. I've already taken the hook out in the water. All I did there was just supported the fish's head, got it against my leg, just took the hook out and got that out of the way. That's another way a lot of damage can happen on these beautiful fish, is if the hook's still in, it gets caught in the net, you lift it out in the net, it tears the mouth. So basically I've got the fish facing the cord at the front there, you can see, and then all I have to do is get this net out of the way. There we go. Cover his eyes up. Just zipping up the ends now so that he can't slip out when we weigh him. Just making sure that we don't zip any fins up. Fins are nice and flat against the body. Okay.
54.5.
Yeah? Get in! When you're going to pick a big one up like this, oh, just cover his eye up if he flips. Basically slide your hand down his head, get round that fin there, that ball joint to grip onto, down there onto his anal fin, level him up, and there you go. 54 pounds, wicked. Well chuffed with this one. Just a dream session. And if you're worried about using shelf life ready-mades, worry no more. They're wicked. Wow, look at that. What a beast. Well chuffed with this one. Well chuffed. Right, give him a little kissy. Mwah. Thank you, my love. Wicked, what a beast. Get in. And there he is, the last one of the flurry of action. 33 pounds on the button, this one. Taken just down that margin on one of those Whisker DFs, the 12-foot 3.5. And it just shows you don't need to break the bank to catch beautiful fish like this. Yet another beast of a carp from Carpsons. 46 pounds on the button, this one. And every rod has got exactly the same rig on. So let's get this fella back and show you what it is. I'm not having you over, I promise you I'm using ready-tied rigs. Now they are rigs that are pretty much identical to what I use myself, and it says on there, as used on Underwater's Part 7 and 8, and it was a rig that I used to catch the big plated on, an awesome day ticket carp. Obviously I tied that one myself, but people do have problems tying D rigs. They have problems with the little knot that goes on the top of the D, so we've made them commercially available, and this is the largest one in the range. This is the size 4 to 15 pound IQ2, perfect for this sort of situation. Big baits, fish with big mouths, I want to use big hooks. So let's show you the rigs all set up. First of all, we've got the quick change version. So we've got one of our white banoffis from the high impact range. That's been pulled onto the little bait band that's already on the micro rig swivel. So you haven't got to tie a hair, literally that just gets pulled on, and then you want about half of the swivel inside the bait. So only the bottom eye is just sticking out the bottom there, and you can see it's nice and tight on the hair stop so the bait's not going to come off. Then you've got that lovely D that's been created by using a whipping knot and then the knotless knot. But obviously all that's done for you. They're 7 inches long, and in the middle of it, I don't know if you can see there, we've got a sinker. Now on its own, that's not heavy enough to hold the hook link flat on the bottom. Really you want to be putting a bit of the dark matter putty around that to guarantee it lays flat. But I've had so many bites without using it, I'm just fishing it as it is. And then going down to the end, if I can reveal what's underneath there, what I've basically done is cut the swivel part of the ring swivel off, and then the ring, I've just squeezed it to make it oval so that that sleeve goes over it that little bit easier. And you can see there's a bit of saliva on there. I've put a bit of saliva on it to help it get over that and then over the quick link. And then I've got a hybrid lead clip, and again I've clipped the ring off the end of that because we've already got a ring on the end of the hook link, and then I've replaced that with a quick link, and then the two are joined together like that. So basically I don't have to retie the hybrid lead clip at all. All I do is take the hook link on and off at that point. And the hybrid lead clip, just fished there with a rubber on the back of it. All these items are compatible with the whole range. There's no super glue needed. And that just pushes on the back there. I've got it pushed on a fair way. I don't want to dump the lead every single bite. There's no snags or weed out there, so I don't need to lose the leads. And it's a 3.5 ounce distance lead. That's my favourite one. It's very nose heavy, very stable in flight, and goes a long way as well. And then to neaten it all up, I've just got some of the dark matter tubing pushed in the top there. I'll just cut it to a point and then thread the line through it. Goes through really, really easily through this stuff. That just pushes into the end of the rubber, and that's it. That is the complete rig. So that's the quick change version. Let's show you the standard lead clip version. So again, from the bait down, so we've got one of those pink spicy crab slow sinkers, the high vis ones on there, pulled on exactly the same way. Every now and again you might snap the little bait band that's on the end of that micro rig swivel, so you want to be getting some more. They come in the Guru range. They're basically used for putting pellets on, and you just loop to loop them on the top of that swivel and then pull them through the bait. You can tie the baits on as well, so you can do away with that bait band and then just tie it on with some dental floss, which I have done, you know, on most of my other sessions. But again, this is working so well for me, I'm not bothering to do it. And then on the end of it, you've got a ring swivel. That's how they come, and you can see there that ring swivel is clicked up inside that standard lead clip. That creates the pivot point. On the other rig, it's the quick link and then the ring on the end of the hook link. This time it's the ring swivel itself, and that pivot point will stop it from tangling and also helps it to lay out nice and flat on the bottom. And basically, if I'm going to replace that one, rather than pulling the sleeve out the way as I do on the other one, I'd pull the swivel out of the lead clip, cut it off, tie a completely new rig on, put another bait on, and we're ready to go. So what makes the rig so effective? Well, first of all, you've got your stiff mono section there, the IQ. That forces everything away from the lead and keeps the hook link dead straight. So when the fish sucks the bait in, it's feeding the lead really, really quickly. And that, coupled with that curved shank style hook, where it's coming out the front of the eye there, makes that hook turn really aggressively. So if I put that in the palm of my hand, can you see there straight away, as soon as I tighten the hook link up, bam, it's turning over. It just wants to grab the flesh. That is really, really effective, and I think that combination of the stiffness of the hook link and the style of hook, I think gets you more bites because it's really springy and it reacts really quickly in the fish's mouth. And if you couple it like I have here, I'll just put that on my knee, with a semi-buoyant bait, what's going to happen underwater is the hook is going to lay flat on the bottom and the bait is just going to hover above, and that's actually going to obscure the hook from the fish's view as it comes over the top of the rig. The IQ itself is almost invisible as well, which is not doing any harm whatsoever, but I think it's just the way it sits on the bottom and how quickly it reacts in the fish's mouth. You know, that's what makes it so effective, and I'm getting some absolutely amazing hook holds here. The fish got really good mouths in this lake, which makes it even easier, but I'm getting some superb hook holds and I'm pulling out a very, very few fish. So that is the complete system. Very, very tangle free. The tubing makes sure the whole thing doesn't tangle, and it also protects the flank of the fish when you're paying the fish. And because that tubing is so heavy, it will hold everything round the rig down on the bottom. I'm fishing reasonably slack lines as well, so the fish can come in and feed all over it without giving me line bites. It's such a simple setup, so easy to put together. If you put this on, you'll be fishing as effectively as I am. There's a barbless rule here at Carpson, so what Darryl and I are doing, because we're using barbed ready tied rigs, we didn't know in advance, we're just pinching the barb down with the crimping tool. Sometimes the barb snaps off completely, sometimes it just crushes down completely flat. One little tip when you're playing fish on barbless, if you start losing them, one, it can be a blunt hook, but also it can be an idea to put a bit of shrink tube under the eye of the hook and bend it in aggressively, and that helps the hook turn more aggressively and so stay in a bit better. And the rigs that Darryl was using, the braided rigs and also the DF rigs in the ready tied range, I've already got that shrink tube on for exactly that reason. The ones I'm using here, the IQD rigs, form such an acute angle because of the pattern of the curved shank hook and the stiffness of the IQ hook link that they do exactly the same job. And we've been getting some banging hook holds here, absolutely banging. You see there with that rubber pushed further on the lead clip, the lead has stayed on the hybrid lead clip. Don't need to lose it if we don't have to. Get in my net, you lovely carp. Yes, wicked. And there he is, a gorgeous, clean 34 pounder. Proper muscle pack, this one. Ah, wicked. Middle rod.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
Double take, double take. He's going.
Kapow!
Wind down into it before you pick it up, before you lift up. Rewind. That's it.
Right, and Rod, that one's got fish on it.
Pick that up then. Do the clutch up and
Wind down
wind down.
until it goes tight and just pull. Yeah?
Yeah.
Triple whammy!
Madness. Absolute madness. He's all right. Oh. Bionic carp. Come on, come on. Get in the net. Gotcha! One down, two to go. He's getting the net, number two. Bosh! Obviously, ladies and gents, if I was fishing on my own, there's no way I'd be fishing as many rods as this. But we just wanted to highlight a really good area over there and an area out in open water. And none of us could have imagined that the action was going to be the way it is. If I didn't have Darryl here to help me, then I would no way be fishing this many rods. Cheers, mate. And I think I'm going to have rods out of the water for quite a while again while we sort all these out. Come on, fella, in you come. Ease you towards that net. Get in my net. Get in my net. Yes! Ah, with a little help from my friends. And here he is, the first of the treble take. 41 pounds, 12 ounces. What an absolutely pucker carp this is. Well chuffed. And this is the second one, also taken from the longer spot out in the middle. 25 rod lengths on the Banoffee wafters. And this one goes 31 pounds. And I'm sure we've got one bigger to show you. And that is the last one of the trio. 44.5 pounds. Absolutely nailed on that retied IQD rig. Chill, my friend. Oh, it was never coming off. And I am taking them straight out of the packet. You probably don't believe me, but I am. They're more than good enough to catch beasts like this one.
Well, you've seen the success that Dan's been having on the ready tied rigs. He's using the IQD rig. I'm using the supernatural version. Very simple, simple like the rigs I use back at home, and caught this absolute clonker, 46 pounds. Absolutely over the moon with this one. I'm going to slip it back and I'll show you the rig in some more detail. To replicate how I'm fishing it here at Carpsons, you need 3 products. Firstly, a lead, secondly, a lead clip action pack, and thirdly, the ready tied rig, which is the supernatural with the wide gape hooks. Put these down and show you how it looks all ready tied. This is how it goes together. So why do I choose this? Basically, It's because of its anti-tangle properties and its safety. I'd use this in 99% of my fishing back home or abroad because it does everything I need. It prevents tangles and it's safe if the fish gets in the snag. What I mean by that is, basically, you've got my anti-tangle tubing that has to be longer than the hook link. Basically, if the hook link can't reach around the back, then you shouldn't suffer a tangle. So first of all, you thread that, you go down to the tail rubber. The tubing pushes into the tail rubber, probably goes in about 5 to 10 mil, and that just grips on the rubber nicely. Before you push it onto the leg clip, you just basically moisten that with a little bit of saliva and push it down not too far. You know, if you jam that right down, the fish could end up towing the lead, and that's not what we're trying to do. I'm not saying that you want to drop the lead for every single fish you catch, because obviously they cost £1.50 each, which is a lot of money. So push it down, what I'd say, about halfway down the ridges, and that's safe, you know, and you'll only lose it when you need to land that fish. Moving down, the hook link itself. It's tied with 25-pound supernatural braid with a size 6 extra strong wide gate, because these are the Euro ones. Back in the UK, they come with a standard wide gate on the 18-pound supernatural. Both are perfect for 99% of the situations. I'd go for this one in more heavy duty situations. Bait size, I'd recommend you use it with boilies between 18 and 20 mil. Again, you can put a snowman rig on there. You get a range of different boilie stops in the packet, so that you always got the correct hair length, which is vital. So there you have it. That's my rig, simple but effective, and trust me when I say there's not a carp in the world that you couldn't catch on this. Here we go, another cracking fish from Carpasons, 32 pounds. Taking on the ready tied rigs, proof in the pudding that you don't need to be complicated to catch lovely fish like this.
Well, we're into another fish down the tree line. Just to talk you through the different rods in the range and what you get for your money. Obviously the top of the range is the Basia, and that's with the special carbon that doesn't twist. So the rod comes back straight and out straight, and they're the rods I'm using on the right hand side of the swim. Top of the range. They're slimmer than an Infinity, which used to be the top of the range. They're faster recovery, they're lighter, they're just crisper. And then obviously the Infinity needs no introduction, an absolutely fantastic rod, but again, a little pricey. And then down from that, you've got the longbow, and you would have seen me using the 12-foot 3 3/4 longbow at Sandhurst in the UK. Fantastic all-round rod. And again, don't be scared by the test curve. 3 3/4 would be my top choice, because you can always pull a little bit less, but if the rod's completely hooped over and you've got no control over the fish, they're playing you rather than the other way round. And then down from the longbow are these ones. These are the cheapest ones in the range under the DF banner. Still got 50mm butt rings, rung for distance, long slim handles, which makes it much easier to cast long distance. And you're basically going to find these are a little bit thicker in the diameter, they're a little bit heavier in the blank, the recovery's not quite as fast, but they're still more than adequate for the job. So if you've got a very good job, or you've won the lottery, Basias, and down from that, depending on your budget, but really don't be put off by these fellas, because they are a fantastic rod for the money. Come on. Yes, he's ready. Maybe not. In you come. Get in the net. Yes, got him. Oh, made a bid for freedom now, but he is mine. And there he is, pristine 26-pounder. And if you use that information I've given you about the Daiwa rods, I'm sure that you will find something that perfectly suits your pocket and your fishing. You can really bring a swim to life, especially like I have done down here, by not fishing it. And I basically didn't fish last night and put 2 or 3 kilos of boilies in. Started fishing again today, and the action has been fast and furious. Put a little bit more bait in before I cast the rods in, and fish is just coming in close now. It makes such a difference having bait in the water and no line. And my advice is, if there is a draw on the lake you're fishing and you get a bad draw and you're not confident, if you've got the kahunas to do it, bait up and don't fish. Don't fish at all. Don't put any rods in the water and let the fish get on your bait, because I promise you they will. Whatever the weather, the fish will get on your bait, and we've seen it on Gigantica loads of times. I'm sure it will work on here as well. Even a poor looking area can be brought to life by bait and no line. And it's worth doing it as well during the session. So if you've had a couple of really good days in an area and then that area starts to dry up, just stop fishing it. Just fish another bit of the swim. I'm lucky here, I've got a really big swim, a double swim, and I've got the chance to move off of one area onto another. But even if I didn't have, you know, I'd seriously consider baiting the swim and not fishing it at all for 24 hours, halfway through the week. And bet your life a swim that's gone dead will come back to life by doing that. And most people, and I used to be the same, are like, if I'm here for 7 days, I'm fishing for 7 days. But you have to look at baiting as fishing. And I'm certainly going to be doing a lot more of it when the swim dries up, or the area's been battered for a while and nothing's happened for a little while. Wind in, put bait in, and leave them to it. And I promise you it will kickstart the runs again. I do use a lot of bait if I'm getting a lot of bites. But on those sort of spots down the margins, oh, right hand rod, Darryl Peck, right hand rod. Carnage, total carnage, oh yeah. Come on, this time get in the net. Yes, get in. That is a proper big one. Well, this is just like the session of my life. I am fishing 2 swims on my own, to be fair. This is a double swim, so having 2 different baited areas is obviously doubling my catch rate. But I'm loving it all the same. Doesn't happen very often. Can't remember the last time this happened to me, actually. But talking of bait, as I said before, anglers who don't get their bait for free suspect that anglers like our good selves use loads all the time, and we don't. Or I certainly don't anyway. If I get a lot of bites, I use a lot of bait. I'll start on that marginal spot with probably a kilo and a half, and I put a few key in for the 12 hours before I stopped fishing to give the fish some feed to keep on. And after each fish or couple of fish, I'm putting another half a kilo out, something like that. And it is paying dividends. And on the right hand spot where this has come from, I'm probably putting a kilo out after each fish, maybe half a kilo. So if I get loads of bites, I'll use loads of bait. But I'm not one for putting 10 key in right at the start. That's not really my way. The most I'll ever put in is probably 5, and that's only on certain lakes. This one, you don't need to on this lake at all. Come on, fella. Get in my net. Get in my net. Yeah, got him. 42 pounds, 12 ounces. Well chuffed with this one. Another one on that spicy crab pink hook bait, and it just shows the bait and the baiting strategy is working. Had a 25 pounder at the same time on the other set of rods out on the long spot, and can't wait to get the rods back in and see if we can get some more. Wicked. So I am currently using 15-pound green subline, and it perfectly suits the colour of the water here. It's very green, the water, got a very sort of milky green tint to it. I try and camouflage my line to the colour of the water if I can. So at Wellington Country Park I'll be using brown line. The same as at Sandhurst, you'll probably see me using brown line as well there. That matches in with the colour of the water really well. Here I've also got brown on my other rods, to be honest, and it certainly isn't putting the fish off. But when I'm fishing for really line shy fish, I do change the colour around. And this 15 pounds is really 18 or 20 pound line. It's underrated, which basically means it breaks at a much higher breaking strain than it says on the tin. And that's because all other lines in the past did the same thing. So Big Game, Pro Gold, Nash Bullet, all of those belt and braces lines broke a lot higher than their stated breaking strain. So people got hold of them and said, God, this 15 pound line, it's really strong. Well, it's not 15 pound line, it's 18 pound line or 20 pound line. And we've done the same thing with this because that's what carp anglers expect. No one really seems to pay attention to diameter. It's 040, this one. More people in Europe do, but certainly the English anglers, they just look at the poundage. And this is real belt and braces stuff. I can fish with this sort of up to about 120 yards with these Bezier rods. This is real strong, high abrasion resistant line. And it sinks very well as well. That's the other key part of it. Very, very soft as well for how abrasive resistant it is. Most abrasive resistant lines are very wiry. They don't cast very well. This does both. And for an all-rounder, I'd recommend the 15. I've used the 20 pound at Wellington Country Park when it's just savagely weedy. You can pull whole weed beds in with that, no problem. And I go down to the 12, which is 035, which is normally a 15 pound line. I go down to the 12 pound if I'm having to cast a long way. And then if you're looking for extreme castability, then the Adrenaline is the one. It's even more supple than subline, so it's even easier to cast. So if you're new to carp fishing and you want a line that casts really well, doesn't give you any problems, is nice and forgiving, then Adrenaline is the one. And if you're going to cast a long way with that, I couple it with a tapered subline leader. Personally, I use a 4-turn water knot. That takes the force of the cast, and then your Adrenaline's flying off the spool. And although that's been out a few years, the Adrenaline, it's still a favourite of a lot of anglers because it is so easy to use. It doesn't sink quite as well with subline as the name would suggest, but it does fly off the spool. And then finally, the one that I used to use most of the time is the fluorocarbon called Contour. And that only comes in 033 diameter, 12 pounds breaking strain, but it does break at 12 pounds. People think that's probably quite light for carp fishing, but I've had fish to over 60 pound on it in France, and I've had fish over 40 pound in the UK on it in really savage conditions. But fluorocarbon is much tougher than normal mono for the same diameter. So even though it's 033, it's much tougher. It's almost invisible. That's how fluorocarbon came on the scene. Yeah, it's much less stretched, so feeling the lead down is much easier with Contour. Whoa, he's off again. And also the Contour sinks faster than any other of the lines. Oh, he's not happy, this fish. So if you're looking for something that really, really sinks and it's hard for the fish to see and you're not fishing miles out, the furthest I fish is just over 100 yards with it, then the Contour is probably the stuff. Okay, you, get in the net. After all that. Come on. Come on. Yeah, get in. Phew, wicked, that's another big one. 37 pounds on the button. Well chuffed with this one, and hopefully that's given you enough information to choose the right line. If you get it right, it can be easy. If you get it wrong, it's an absolute nightmare. So choose the right one and get loads more of these. Well, surprise, surprise, we're into another carp on the longer area at 100 yards, and I've changed hook baits on this particular rod to see if the fish like these as well, and they do. This is a gooed up hook bait, so it's one of the Banoffee wafters from the high impact range. and I've basically soaked that in 2 different almond goos. So the first one is the almond supreme, which is very, very thin, and I'm using the new infuser pots to do that. Basically you put a few baits in there, the pot's got like a tray within the pot. You put all the very thin goo over the top of it, and it is very thin, it eats into the bait very quickly. Squirt it all over it, leave it in the infuser, and you just shake it up every now and again, and what happens is the liquid falls through the gaps in the little tray inside and just leaves enough coated on the outside so it draws in, and you just keep shaking it over a few days, and more and more and more draws into it. And then when all that has completely disappeared, that supreme, then you put the thicker one on, which is called almond power smoke. And that will basically, it will eat in a little bit, but it won't eat in like the supreme does. It will just sit on the outside, but it forms like a sort of coating to the bait, turns them bright pink, and what happens is the power smoke lets off like a stream of sort of pink almond scent, and then when that's all gone, then the supreme starts flooding out of the bait like a normal flavour would. So you're using the supreme like dousing your hook baits up in a bit more concentrated flavour. That's what the supreme does, and then the power smoke gives you the attraction for the first couple of hours it's in the water. So whether you get a bite like I am now after a few hours, or it takes until the following morning, there's still some almond flooding out of it. And if you break the baits in half, after say a week, that almond has eaten all the way to the middle of the bait. So the white part, hardly anything remains. One of the other goos I'm definitely going to try is the Mystic Spice, which is like a lovely bun spicy smell. And that's sort of in between the two. It's not a supreme, it's not as thick as a power smoke. It does eat into the bait, but it's a lovely, lovely bun spice smell, and that floods off a little bit of the bright green attraction. And I'll definitely be using those here as well. That's a brilliant one in the winter. So if you get some of the white mainline pop-ups, the milky toffees, and douse them up in that Mystic Spice, that is a fantastic bait for the winter time. Topping off a bottom bait like half and half, like a snowman, or I've been using them on hinge stiff rigs. Either those or the small white cell pop-ups that you get mixed with the pink ones. I've been doing those in the Mystic Spice, using those on hinge stiff rigs and doing really well in the winter. So if you think of the goos almost like a concentrated flavour, you know, we all use high attract hook baits, and all the goo is for my sort of fishing anyway, is to give those hook baits something different, something extra. And obviously if all the goo washes away, you've still got the goodness of the hook bait underneath. But for boilie fishing, which is what I do most of the time, that is the way to apply the goo. And using those new infuser pots makes it so easy to get the right amount on the bait. You don't want them swimming in it, you just want the right amount, let that soak in, give them a shake up, and then let a little bit more soak in. And you can keep doing it over days, weeks, months if you want to, and it will just keep soaking in. And it's something that I definitely use in my fishing, both in France and at home. Come on, fella. You are mine. Nailed on the IQD as usual. Get in. Yeah. £26 on the button, this one, on the lovely almond goo. And it just shows you want to be mixing up your hook baits over your baited area. Keep 3 rods on the bait, 3 rigs identical to each other, and start changing the hook baits around, and then you really will see which one they prefer. Left rod. I'm using oil on my baits, and the different baits have got different oils on. So the banoffees, which is on this baited area, are oiled up with Mainline's hemp oil, and basically you just pour it all over them, shake them up so they're all glassy, and then leave them overnight, and the oil will soak into the baits overnight, turning them a slightly darker, richer colour. And obviously the fish love the taste of the hemp, so it adds to the attraction. It's something I do all the time back in the UK. I was using sunflower oil, which is still very, very good. It's very thin, so you can use it even in cold water. But more recently, I've swapped over to the hemp oil because someone told me about a session they had on a French commercial venue where they were injecting the hemp oil into solid PVA bags, and they had an amazing session on it. It was just stopping the fish in their tracks, and I thought, well, why not rehydrate your baits in hemp oil rather than sunflower oil? It's got a lovely nutty taste to it, and it complements these banoffees perfectly. And then on the spicy crab, I'm using Mainline's Foss oil, which is a real stinky fish oil. Neither of them are particularly expensive. You don't need to put loads on, probably 100 ml over a 4 or 5 kilo bucket of bait. And that also gives them a lovely, rich, fishy taste as well. So you're just enhancing the bait. The fish oils you shouldn't really use in the winter time because the fish find it hard to digest them when the water's cold. But in the summer, like now, it's brilliant. And if you're fishing some of the big waters in France, you know, you can create a vapour trail right down the lake to your baited area. The only thing I would say, if you're going to use the oils, if you've got bream present, they'll be on the fish oils instantly and you'll get plagued with bream. And if there's lots of catfish or lots of sturgeon, then the same applies. But if you haven't got too many nuisances, then fish oils are fantastic. Come here, Chunky. In your net. Yes! Get in. Wicked. Keep that bait going in. Oh, how about that for a muscle-packed monster? Proper boily muncher, this one. Wicked. £39 on the button. Another bite off the no fishing margin. Put another sort of half a kilo of spicy crab out, and this one is on a matching coloured hook bait. So you remember I said about later on in the week matching the hatch, matching what you've got out there. Well, this is a slow sinker that perfectly matches the colour of those spicy crab free offerings. Oh, he's not happy. He's not happy. Oh no. There it is, just hanging out of his gob there. Get in the net. Get in the net. Yeah, wicked. That is another big one. Wicked. And how about that for a proof of the pudding? £45. And if that doesn't convince you that matching the hatch works during a session, nothing will. Absolutely wicked. Made up with this one. Well, matching the hatch is working. Same rod. So I just had that 45 pounder on. And literally the bobbin hadn't even settled. Try and have a bit of a feed myself in the bivvy at lunchtime, and rudely interrupted by this, and it feels big. They must be loving this bait. Oh, what's going on here? Just felt a little bit of it touching something on the bottom there. Now, I wonder if these big fish have been here for some time eating this bait, not getting caught on it, and now just matching it, he's tricking them. This feels big, this does. The last one felt big, but this really feels big. Just dipping the tip in the water there to see the angle of the line, see where the fish is in relation to the other lines. Whoa! Cool, that caught me by surprise. Where that fish has just lunged, because the rod was high, I had enough room there to let it go. If the rod had been very close to the water, that could have flat rodded me and snapped me up. So there's obviously a lot of life left in him. Just keep this rod nice and high now. This sort of action just shows you, you know, you chop and change around with the hook baits during the session, starting with the bright ones, ending up on the matching ones, the dark ones. You know, you're really working the swim. I always take a nice selection of different hook baits, not necessarily matching the flavour or anything that I'm fishing. You know, sometimes I'll fish over the cell with a banoffee or Scopex or something like that. I always take loads of hook baits with me and have a real good muck around. And you can also change the hook bait by tipping it off with a bit of plastic corn or plastic maize. Gives the fish another little sight bob to hone in on at the start of the session, and then towards the end swap back onto your matching ones again. All them things can keep the results coming right the way through the week. There he is. I think, oh, come on fella. Nailed on the IQD rig, get in the net, you're a big carp. Oh, oh. Oh, don't come off now, please. Come on, fella. Oh, he's nailed, absolutely nailed. Yes! God. Oh, that only just fitted and landed there. Oh, check that out. 54 1/4. Caught on the spicy crab, matching the hatch hook baits, exactly the same colour. But I had a little taste earlier on, and he's been eating banoffee as well. Nice. Oh, what a beast. One last look at the prize. The spicy crab loving monster. Oh, check that out. Wicked. What a bait, what a rig, what a session. Baiting up with a J-shaped throwing stick like this one does have a technique to it, takes a little bit of practice. So first of all, to talk to you about the stick itself, called an easy stick, basically because years ago when I first got given this, I found it really easy to use and it puts the baits a hell of a long way. It's very, very light. That's really important, helps you move it through the air. So it's a very thin plastic, a long slim handle on it as well. Yeah, so that makes it much easier to grip. The thicker the handle, the more fatigue you get on your forearm. So a long slim handle, that's really key. And then I don't know if you can see there on the end, you've got a little hole in the end there, and that basically stops the vacuum being created and the boilies being sucked back into the stick. So basically they go a little bit further if you've got a hole in the bottom of it. And then the technique, you see, I'm all ready to go. I've got one of my tracker boilie caddies there. I've just put enough baits in to put out probably 3/4 kilo, something like that. I don't fill it to the brim and then only use half of them. Just put the ones in that you need to put out for that part of the session. Slung round on my side there, and then my stance is very similar to a cast. So basically my weight's going to be on my back foot to start off with, and then it's going to transfer through into my front foot. So you see me, my body will be going backwards and forwards as I go through, and I use 2 hands. That spreads the load over both arms, stops you getting fatigued. Now, a lot of people use it single-handed, but you do get fatigue down that arm that you use. So by doing it double, I find I can get more control over it, keep them going straight and keep them going in the right position. So I'm just going to put one out at a time to start off with. It's lovely and calm today, so we should see them going out there. You want to get them to start lifting as they go out. And there we go. Back foot and then through. That's lovely. You're not trying to skim the water with them. You want them to sort of go out at 45 degrees. Now that one's split. Okay, that's basically what's happened is I've created so much backspin as it's going through there, it's rolling backwards. It's actually torn the bait in half. So the way to combat that, down into the water, just wet the very end of the stick. And the first couple, you won't get any backspin, so they'll go out straight, they won't lift at all. But they still go a long distance, and then gradually what happens is the water disappears out of the stick and you start to get lift again until you've done 20 odd baits, and then you're creating too much backspin, and you get the odd bait splitting again down to the water's edge. Just dip the tip in the water again, and it will stop it. And they're going plenty far enough, those single baits. I can probably get 2 there once I get into a rhythm, but it's important to start off just with 1 bait if you're going a long way, and then work up to more as you warm up. And it's not a good idea to do this if you're freezing cold. You know, just have a couple of practice runs, not putting the baits out long distance because you don't want to pull something, you know, in the depths of winter when you're already cold. You know, this is quite a strenuous thing, and if you're not warmed up, you can hurt something. And these are making a nice spread. You know, I've been putting boilies out with the spod as well, but they drop them all in one place. This gives a lovely spread over the 3 rods that I'm fishing out there. And I know in calm conditions, 1 boilie's going plenty far enough, if not a little too far. Can probably move over to 2. And if I've got the wind off my back, which I have had from time to time this week, that's 2 out there, then I can get 3 out at once, 100 yards. And I know it's 100 yards because obviously I'm going around the distance sticks. That's 2 going out there now. Lovely and calm this morning. Now, if you find that you're putting the baits into the edge with this, what's happening is your wrist is going over like that. You need to keep your wrist locked all the time. And basically you're letting go there, and the baits will come out the stick and go upwards. And aim at the tops of the trees above your area, not actually at the water. That'll help them to go further as well. And for baiting up a long distance without the float, this is ideal because I know 2 baits are going far enough because I've had some goes with the float out there right at the start of the week. I now know, yeah, we've got 1 split again. I now know that 2 baits in calm conditions goes far enough. I don't have to put the float out. It's something you see a lot of people do wrong on these places. They put a marker float out and they leave it out in the swim for like 3 or 4 hours. You're just saying, fish, I'm here, stay away from the area, you know. So by doing it like this, you don't need the float. Sometimes, if I'm not sure about the distance, I'll use the Skywinder spod, put a few boilies out in that, leave it on the surface as a marker, do a few baits to get your eye in again, and then carry on. That'll do. If you want to get baits out a long way, without any disturbance in the swim, the Easy Stick is the thing to be with.
Right, top tip for you. If you're losing your bait due to crayfish, like I am here at Carpsons, basically it seems like there's a lot of crayfish in front of me, and why I think that is because there's so many carp in front of Daniel Fairbrass over there. I think they've been all scared into my part of the lake and they've been stealing my bait. So what I've done to counteract that, I've got this shrink wrap. It's perforated, it comes in 3 colours, clear, pink and yellow. This is the clear on the food bait, and what I've done, I've cut a sliver which is 3 holes wide, and that's roughly 4/5 of the bait. I then cut another sliver the same size. The first piece I've cut, put the bait inside, I draw the hair and put the boilie inside it, I draw the hair through the centre of it. So by doing that and having the needle and drawing the hair through, that stops it slipping off the side during the steaming process, so it shrinks it down all tight. So once that first layer's on there, leaves a little round circle exposed on the other side, I basically put it round the other way, the second layer. Again, I put the needle through it, that keeps it central, and steam it again, and that gives you like an armoured jacket around the bait. Now, the clear one I've got on the food bait, that will just give you normal protection, but if you wanted to change a food bait for a high attract sort of, not high attract, sorry, high visibility sort of situation, you can do just this, where you've got a food bait with a pink jacket on it, so you've got pink bottom bait, or you could do it with a yellow as well. So basically that is protecting your rig, but at the same time allowing all the goodness and attraction, all the goodies that Mainline put in their baits, allowing it to leak out so the fish are still attracted to it, and it's leaving it there for the carp. So if you're getting bothered by those little critters, the crayfish, get on the shrink wrap.
And there he is, the very last one of the session for me. 44 pounds of muscle-packed mirror. And I've got to say thank you very much to Olivier and his lovely wife for letting us fish on Carpessons. We've had an absolute dream week. I just cannot believe what I've caught out of this place. It is amazing. And I hope the tactics that we've shown you give you the confidence to come to places like this and smash it up as well. So we'll give him a little kiss. Mwah. Back you go, my love. And I know that Mr. Peck has got a couple to show you and a couple more tips. So off you go, back to get bigger.
Right, check out this 41-pound chunky mirror from Carpessons. Come as part of free fish last night. I noticed earlier in the session that some of the fish were passing yellow bait. I spoke to the other anglers and it turned out it was the IB. So went back to the van, got to change the boilie out, put some IBs out last night, and this is the result. Cracking fish. I've got another one to show you, so I'm going to slip this one back. Right, here it is, the last of my free fish from last night. 41-pound common. All session it's been slow for me really, but I've not panicked. I've stuck to my guns, kept to the same rigs, hook baits. I knew that when they turned up it was all going to work, and this is the proof in the pudding that it has. Excellent.
Well, that is the end of our session at Carpessons. And as you can see, Mother Nature has decided to rain on us, get everything soaking wet, but I don't care because I'm on the way to Gigantica to try and catch an absolutely monstrous carp. And I've got Ali and Neil with me as well. They're going to be showing all their tactics. But before I go, we've got one more fish to show you. And it just happens to be the biggest one. See you at Gigantica. Another one on the margin right over there. This is fished at exactly the same distance as the one against the trees, just to make things easy. This one's out from the margin, probably about 10 yards. I'm just baiting up with a catapult over this area. I'm just trying to make it easy for myself, rather than going too far down the margin and stretching the casting. I'm getting the fish to come to me, so there's a safe haven in the middle of that no fishing bank where the fish can just rest up. They come down the margin, get onto this baited area, which this is the spicy crab, and it's working brilliantly. You can actually fish too far and push the fish away from your area, and I think it's always good to have a nice safe area for the fish to get to, so they can just get away from the pressure, have a rest up, and then come back down when they feel like feeding, and you get another bite. This is a slow and ponderous carp, this one. Feels like a big one. Just one thing to remind you about with the ready-tied rigs. Because they're made of mono, the more fish you play on them, you will flatten the mono as it exits the eye of the hook from the knotless knot. So you don't want to be playing loads and loads and loads of fish. 3 or 4 heavy fights on one rig, and it wants to be retired and put a new one on. Sometimes the hook stays sharp for all, 3 or 4 fish. Sometimes you have to change them after a couple of fish. But when you're playing big fish like this, the last thing you want is the hook link to snap right at the eye, just as the fish gets in close and there's a lot of pressure on the line. So that's what I'd say, 3 or 4 fish per rig, and then change them for a new one. And don't be frightened to sharpen a hook slightly if you've caught a fish on it and it's not quite as sharp as when it first went out. And my little test is just to scrape it down your nail. If it digs into your nail straight away, it's sharp. If it skates across, it's not. And then just a couple of strokes with a sharpening file, clamp the hook up if you can, couple of strokes, just going down the point will take a little bit of metal off, and you can look at it There's a special eye that you can use to look through it, a little magnifying glass. You can look at it, see the points nice and fine, and you can use it again. So that's how to extend the life of a ready tied rig. Right, I think, my friend, you are mine. Get in my net, you great big carp. Get in. Yes, come on. That is a monster, wicked. Oh. Oh. That is one serious lump of carp. Lines underneath him. There we go. He's absolutely nailed in there by that IQD rig. And how about that for proof of the pudding? All right, mate. There's spicy crab all over the waistling. So he's been eating loads of that bait. They absolutely love it. Nothing better than seeing that. Right, let's weigh him.
This is going to be bigger than you think.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it?
It's a smidgen under 58.
Is it?
Hang on. Yeah, it's 57.
57.12. Wicked! Get in. What a beast. Okay, let's show you the prize. Look at that. 57 pounds 12 ounces. What a carp, and what a way to end our masterclass at Carpsons. And if this hasn't convinced you that the rigs and baits we've been using work, then nothing will. It's been an absolute session of a lifetime from me, and I am totally sold on the high impact, totally sold on the ready tied rigs. I'd have no hesitation of using them anywhere in Europe. Wicked. Welcome to Gigantica. The slogan for this lake is carp, only bigger, and that is exactly why we are here. There are some monstrous fish swimming around out there at the moment. The big one has been over 80 pounds. It's probably 75, 76 pounds. A fish called Fudgies, one I've been lucky enough to catch here a couple of years ago. So that one is not on my list. I'm going to leave that for Ali or for Neil that are fishing on opposite sides of the lake. But there are so many others that I'd love to catch in here. At the right time of year, there's 12 over 60 pound, there's 2 over 70 pound, and Fudgies goes over 80 pound. Plus there's a load of backup 50s, 40s and 30s. So you've got big long commons, short dumpy commons, loads of really scaly fish. They go up to nearly 50 pounds as well. And then there's some real brutes that are growing really quickly. So there's so much to catch. You never know what it's going to be when the bobbing goes. The tactics on this lake are different from where we've been fishing at Carpsons. It's a bit deeper, 22 to 25 foot. That means the fish can be off the bottom at certain times of the year, but now in the autumn, the fish are feeding and they're on the bottom. The other thing about out there is there's lots of weed on the bottom. So it's really important at the start of the session to cast around with just the lead on the end of the marker rod, feel it down, pull it back a little bit, wind it in, see what weed's on the end. But fortunately, I know there's a real hot spot out there. My good mate Damien fished this swim last week and he had 12 bites out of it. So I know that the area I'm fishing on produces fish. It's 28 rod lengths, so not quite as far as I fished in this swim in the past, but that is the spot that the bites are coming from, so I'd be mad not to start fishing now. So what I've done last night is just unloop the lead, put the marker float system on, just like I showed you at Carpsons, put that out in the middle of the swim, and I've jumped into Kimberley there. She's my boat for the week, and I've rowed out and put about 4 key of boilie all round the back of the float. So none of the bait is my side of it, so when the fish are feeding, they're not coming into contact with the line. I'll put a few tiger nuts out there as well, and the fish are now showing over me. But this is a tactical game of chess. A week's fishing on here, you might get 3 or 4 days where nothing happens at all, and you have to condition your mind into that happening. You have to be really aware of when the fish are showing, when you should be baiting up, when you shouldn't. If I went out in the boat now, I'd absolutely ruin today because the fish are just beyond the area showing. I want to let them come in and hopefully I'll get a bite. So what I'm going to do now is pass you over to Ali. He's fishing a fantastic swim called Alcatraz. I'm sure he's buzzing as well, and he'll tell you why he's fishing it.
Sorted. A rod back out, just a recast. There's fish definitely in the area between me and Dan. I'm in a swim called Alcatraz, and the anticipation has been building towards this session for weeks. And the last few nights it's been a case of no sleeping at all, because it's the thought of coming here and the big fish that this lake has that just it gives me a feeling that no other lake does. I've been lucky to catch my, as I joke about it, global PB from this place, a fish called single scale, 70 pounds, 8 ounces. We've seen Dan catch numerous big uns from here. I've come into a swim called Alcatraz that Tom Dove was on a week's holiday prior to me, and he caught a fish called the Target over 60 pounds. So it has big fish form, and that pursuit of the monster will hopefully be going on in this swim. When I got here, I got a lead out there because Tom was fishing at about 110 yards, 112 yards. He was lucky to have about 7 fish, I believe, or 8 fish. So I wanted to go a little bit longer than him. He did say it was weedier, so what I've actually done is I've probed around just with a bare lead on the marker rod, and I found an area which is big in places that's clear. You could pull back for a rod length, it'll be clear, then recast again, there'll be odd patches of weed. So I've decided to fish chods on the line, a method that not many people have ever used on here. Last year when I was here, I actually caught the last fish of the trip on a choddy on the line because I wanted to try it here. You know, they said pop-ups don't work, so I thought, you know what? It hasn't fished too well this week. Last day of the session, I'm going to put choddies on the line on all 3 rods. They went out and I got a bite just as quick as I had when fish had been on me on previous days. So I'm really confident trying that, and I think it's the right presentation for the situation. I wouldn't be confident casting a bottom bait out there because you can't really feel the drop that easily at that range. And you know, it's about being composed and confident on sessions like this, knowing that your hook baits are sitting proud of the weed and that the fish can get them in their mouths, because I don't want to leave anything to chance. There's big fish out there, I want to catch them, and when that first bite goes, when that bobbin rattles to the top, the excitement and the pressure just sort of lifts off the shoulders, and I'm going to go and sit in the bivvy, and hopefully that moment won't be too far in coming. My bivvy of choice is a Cayman Pro from Tracker. It's the one I've decided to use, but you'll notice it's sort of quite well pushed back and to the left of my swim. That gives me sort of ample room for everything else, which we'll talk about in a bit. But the bivvy itself, I've got to admit, I love it. I'm a Tempest fanatic, but if you haven't got Tempest money and you want to, you know, an alternative to consider, then this 2-spoke pram hood system is really, really worth considering. Now, they've added some nice features to it. It's now available in this wonderful Aquatex material, which means water just drips off it. It's almost like it's got a wax on it. Then onto the actual spokes themselves, you know, they're anodised in black now, so for the tackle tarts there, they've just been given that little edge, and they've also got a chain running through them now. Instead of, you know, the old elastic that used to break and then the poles would sort of be separated and you'd have to just piece them together, that won't happen anymore. So nice features, tension in bars, and that's what I've noticed with this. Last night, I didn't have the addition of this winter skin, which we're going to talk about. I just used it naturally and it was just set up beautifully. It had so much tension in it, it was really easy to use. But I've got to admit, I haven't used winter skins that much, but I was really wanting to get onto this. So really easy to put on, just over the back, pull to the front, pegged in the back, and then just pegged all the way around. And what this does is give you an additional cavity, really. You've got a gap between the bivvy skin and the winter skin, so you can slot some things in there if you want, but the important element is the fact that it does keep condensation away. So whether it's a summer's, you know, a wet summer's day or a winter's day, it just gives you that sort of more consistent warmth, if you like, a nice temperature, rather than, you know, waking up and having water droplets on your face. It just gives you that added security, and improved space, and I do love that. And I think for a longer session, the winter skin is a lovely addition. You've even got the rod straps over it, even though that's on the bivvy as well, but sometimes you get a winter skin and they haven't got them on there, and you'll notice I'm utilising them here, a couple of Infinity DFs at the ready to rumble. So onto the rods themselves, perfect timing. Have a look at that. The bank stick setup is all towards the left of the swim, okay? That's because when I'm fishing in excess of 100 yards, I want to be able to step into my cast. I'm a little guy and I have to sort of move in, and the last thing I want is to be worried about smashing into my other rods or knocking them out of the way. This way I've got ample room. I can swing the rods back either way because the bivvy's set back far enough, and I can step into the cast, not worry about anything in the way, and it's just, you know, thinking about everything in your swim, giving a position for landing fish, launching the boat. These are all important factors on a longer session, and the marker rods are over my left shoulder there. So simple factors that make a big difference, and that hopefully is where the magic's going to happen.
Well, apparently Gigantica doesn't fish in the rain, and just at the right moment it's roared off. We're just commenting how lovely it looked with all the rain hanging on the line, and away it goes. I put another 4 key of boilie out in the boat last night, and just half a key of tiger nuts spread all over the area. Come on, fella, in you get, in you get. Bosh, get in my net. Wicked, excellent. Crazy looking creature this one, named Quasimodo for obvious reasons. 35.5 pounds, well chuffed to get this. And this was taken on my homemade IQD rig, £20 IQ2 and a size 2 curve shank, made barbless, along with my favourite cog system. So we're going to get him back, and it's looking wicked for more bites. We've left Quasimodo in the sling just for sort of half an hour to recover, done the old bucket trick on it, just giving it a nice oxygen bath, and it went off really strong. And look what it has revealed in the sling. This is so interesting. Look at that. Now that is all tiger nut in there, and all I've put out is half a kilo of tigers over the baited area, and there's no boilie in this whatsoever. And that's a great tip. By feeding boilie and tigers, they're two completely different kinds of food. This fish has preferred the tigers. I've still got a bite on a boilie, high attract hook bait has still worked, but that's what this fish has been eating. Now, if I'd only put boilies out, it may not have attracted this fish into the swim. So it's a really good tip. Tigers are not really taken by the bream or anything else, and just a handful. You don't need to put loads in, but just a handful can get the fish grubbing around, and that is proof of the pudding.
Well, the heavens have opened up on Gigantica this morning, but with them have come the carp gods, and I got my first bite in the net, a lovely what looks like a 30-pounder, but at the same time I had a bite on another rod, so that looks like an even bigger one, possibly 50, not too sure, but it's a weight off my shoulders. I got a bite yesterday, lost it due to a hook pull, but I knew the methods were working then, and the double take this morning just, you know, made me feel so good. You know, I know everything's spot on and working, and that's all you need to know on a long session. So going to get this one out, get her weighed up and have a few pictures, and then get on to the bigger one. Well, here we are. Fish number one, 38 pounds. Absolute beautiful carp. Let's get it nice and stable so you can have a good look at it. How about that? What a stunning, stunning creature. Long and lean. Absolute creature, this one. Beauty. And there's so many of them that look like this in Gigantica. This is an absolute pearler. I'm going to get it back and get onto that bigger one. Well, there we go, we've just weighed it. A very lively 54.5 pounds. Here we go. Oh, it's heavy. Gonna need to get me legs up, and I'm gonna hold it in like that, nice and close to the body. And how about that for an awesome, awesome Gigantica mirror carp, almost a leather, if it weren't for those scales at the top. But I'm absolutely made up. Only a short while into the trip and already been blessed by one of these stunners. What an amazing carp and what an amazing place. Superb.
Well, after an epic battle in the rain, the sun has come out, so I can show you the prize. £34 this one, look at that. Proper wood carving of a carp. And this came on the outside rod again. All my bites have been coming on the outside rods, nothing on the middle rod at all, and that suggests that the higher tracked hook baits I'm using on that cog system are nailing them really quickly. As a group of fish come in, I'm nailing one, it's spooking them back out again, and it's taking a while for them to come back. So I reckon there's still quite a lot of bait left in the swim. So that can be a good indication of what's going on out on the bottom of the lake.
Oh my God, this place makes me so nervous when you play fish, especially when you think they're big uns. So hard to tell from a range. It's not even funny, it's not like I even enjoy the fight. I don't. I absolutely despise the fight, because it's a case of what is on the end. Well, I've just got it in, it felt like a good fish, so it's just weeded me up right in close. Am I going to get a ball of weed or a carp? Come on. It's fought like a dog the whole way in, just a slow.
Do you think that's the snake there?
No, it's coming up, geese. Just slow her that, back her up. Off! No! Just as it was coming up. I'd like to borrow that strimmer that's going off in the background and just mow my own head off at the moment. That's what. That felt like a really big fish. You know on here when they're big because they come in on a straight line, just dogged, don't really do a lot. And it felt big from the minute I hooked it. And a lot of them feel big, but I've had enough practice on here now to know when you've hooked something in the 50+ bracket, and that felt like a good fish. And just got it out of the weed. It was just coming straight up. I was just pumping it up from the depths. I reckon it was probably 4 foot from the surface, wasn't it, when that came up?
Swirling.
And bang, it just popped straight out. It's just bad luck. The hook points bird over now. Just well hooked and just been in the weed, and obviously the hook's worked its way free. It's barbless hooks. That's what you get sometimes. Painful, painful, very painful indeed. So close. That was just a dead weight, just lifting up a dead weight of a few little knocks of its head, and you know they're big uns. You just know it. The one that got away.
Well, I've just been watching through the binos, and Ali's just lost one pretty close in. He must be absolutely gutted. I feel for him. I know what it's like. I've lost a couple already myself. And when they're so big in here, everyone you lose, you think it's the monster. So I sympathise with him. But on a plus point, it is looking fantastic in my swim. There are fish showing out there at the moment, just beyond the spots. And I'm predicting the right-hand rod is going to be the one that goes. So it's now 1 o'clock in the afternoon. If it hasn't gone by 2:30, I'm going to throw and stick a little bit more bait out there because I've had 2 bites today already. But it is proper exciting. When they're on you and you think you're going to get one, it's the best place in the world. Perfect. Well, it's been a few hours since my last bite, and as they say, greed is good. Kingfisher going through there, that's a very good omen. I'm going to put a little bit more bait out. It's middle of the afternoon, nothing's happened for a few hours. The evening's a really good time in this swim. I've just put the Skywinder out there, just with a few tiger nuts in it. The nose cone of that is my marker for the boilies, so nothing's falling into the swim, no marker float or anything like that. I'm just going to spray probably 100 boilies over the area, and hopefully the sound is going to bring the fish back in. Oh, split the baits there. Just have to wet the stick a little bit. And this is a way to kick-start the swim. Rather than a big bait in, this is a way to kick-start it without putting anything on the bottom. No more line on the bottom of the lake, no more leads, anything like that, just a bit more bait.
With the build-up of silkweed out there, it's very patchy, and because I wanted to go out further than where Tom was the week previous, the spots out there just wasn't big clear areas. And you know, if I was in England, the obvious setup would either be a solid bag or the chod system. So I had, you know, no hesitation really. It was the right thing to do, and I'm glad that it's done me 4 bites so far in probably about 36 hours of fishing. So, you know, you can't argue with that. The first bit is the no trace system, because I'm fishing it naked chod style. This is the brainchild of our product development wizard, young Tom Dove. It's just a nice little bead that will fall off there. Obviously, you don't want to be leaving any sort of tether rigs out there. And the great thing about this is that that bead will fall off the line, and the ring swivel on the chod can just pass over that with consummate ease. So I'll just pull that back over. This is how I like to use it. Probably about 1.5 inches in height. And you'll notice these are the main differences. The crimp to form the loop, okay? I actually like the movement either way. And the other difference is that instead of just the rig ring, I've got a little micro ring swivel on the D. Again, I just think that gives it total movement and flexibility. You know, these big fish are coming down, and I want it to be able to twist and catch them wherever. Moving down, you've then got the other bead that comes with the no trace system. That just sits there. But this is the interesting part, because I'm fishing at range, I'm having to use a bigger lead. This is a 4.5 ounce tournament lead. Now, you wouldn't want this tied on or fixed to the line the whole way through, because it's a barbless only rule at Gigantica, and the last thing you want is to be playing a fish with a 4 ounce lead shaking around right by a barbless hook, you know, 1 inch or 2 away from its mouth. At the end of the line, I have a size 8 ring swivel. The ring is actually facing down towards the lead. And what I've done there is tied a small piece of armour cord, formed a loop in it, and all I'm doing is taking that loop twice through the stainless ring on the lead, which I've actually taken the swivel off that, just twice through there, and then with a boiling needle, I'm pulling that loop through the side of the heli sleeve and just sandwiching in a bit of dissolving foam and cutting that down to size to sort of aid the aerodynamics of the whole setup. And that seems to work an absolute treat. I've checked it in my hands, I've shaken the lead off, and it takes the force of the cast and the winding in. But should you hook a fish out on the weedy bottom, that comes straight off. With the naked chod, I like it to sink really, really slowly. So just around the actual crimp, I'm adding just enough putty to sink that down, and really, really slowly. And one final point to add, inside this goo-infused hook bait, this is actually a high impact banoffee pop-up. And what I've actually done is I've used our little drill, and I've just put in a little bit of the cork that comes in it, in that kit, and I've just pushed it in. Probably about 4 mil of cork has been shoved into that pop-up just to make it more buoyant over a longer session. You know, the rigs could be out there at times for 24 hours. I want to make sure that's going out there and sitting as erect and as high as it did when it first went out. And that's really important. And one final chat on the hook bait, you know. I know a lot of people had sort of been talking before this trip that maybe they were liking washed out baits or white ones, but I'd really worked on these particular hook baits before I'd come out. I'd thought about the fishing Gigantica, what they like, that they do love a sweetie. It's a fusion of different goos, some new that aren't out yet. They might not even come out. This is a part of the testing process that we all go through before things are developed working for Korda or using baits from Mainline or anyone. It's a garlic one, it's another fruity one. and then talking about some of the current ones, the caramel as well, and they've been fused into that over a good few weeks, so that's really taking it on, and bit by bit that sort of goes away, but that's the sort of colour you're ending up with on the bottom. Not too bright and not too subtle, and that the fusion of the goo will just release a nice little vapour, and I think so far so good, it's working. Hopefully it'll continue to work, but that's the setup. Let's hope a monster ain't too far in coming.
Well, good morning. Welcome to a very beautiful, gigantic morning. A fish has just showed out over the area just as I was looking out there, so it could go at any minute. It's been a very eventful night. Started off bad, 1 o'clock in the morning, rip-roaring take. I hadn't tightened the clutch up enough. I tightened them up pretty tight, but this was just taking too much line. I was scrambling to get my glasses on and my shoes on, and it actually cut me off on the bite. So I had to re-spool the whole thing, get the rig back out there, but it did go out lovely. And then about 6:45 this morning, just as it was getting light, I had a take on the left-hand rod. It was screwed up tight so it couldn't go anywhere. Run out of my socks, no glasses on, and managed to land it. So I've got a lovely 37-pounder in the bag there to show you. And basically this is the reason we do it. You know, the mist rolling off the water, sun's just coming up, fish showing in the area. This is why we go carp fishing. Check that out. There are not many places in France when you can catch carp like this, a proper wood carving. The slogan is carp only bigger, but this one is carp only prettier. Wicked. Check this one out, 33 pounds on the button, a proper fully scaled, proper bar of gold. And I know I said to you that I was going to go out in the boat and put some more bait out, but we've had a change of tactics. Ali's seen a really big fish show over my area. He's looking exactly where my leads are landing, and he's seen one head and shoulder. So going out in the boat when there's feeding fish out there will be the absolute kiss of death. So I'm just going to leave 2 rods fishing. The one I caught this fish on is up against the bivvy, waiting to be cast out, but I'm going to give it a couple of hours with no commotion in the swim at all and see if I can get another bite while there's fish out there feeding. And it's something you can put into your own fishing. If they're showing over your area, the last thing you want to do is cause loads of commotion. So no spodding, no throwing stick, no boat, just sit on your hands and wait for another rod to go. The session continues. A fish called the Sergeant, 39 pounds 12 ounces on account of those 3 scales on the wrist of his tail there. And this one came on the middle rod, the first bite on the middle rod. So they're obviously getting on the bait. You'll probably know that I'm a massive fan of stiff rigs when I'm fishing over boilies, and this situation is no exception. On here we've got a length of 20 pound IQ2, which is a fairly stiff material. It's fluorocarbon, so it's harder for the fish to see, but that's not really why I'm using it. I'm using it for the stiffness. I've tied it myself with a size 2 curve shank. That may sound like a really big hook to you, but we're fishing for 70-pound fishing here, and when I construct a rig, it's always constructed to land the biggest fish in the lake that I'm fishing. There's no point hooking a really big fish on light tackle and then losing it. It'd just be soul destroying. So I've done my favourite whipping knot at the top of the hook, then basically cut off a long length, threaded on a micro rig swivel, and then done the knotless knot. Very, very simplistic. You've seen me tie this at Sandhurst as well. And then we've probably got, I would say, 8 inches of hook length, something like that. And because of the stiffness of it and having that little tiny sinker in the middle, it will sit away from the lead as it hits the bottom. So I'm not using foam in this situation. I want to be as accurate as I can with the casting. So I'm just tying the bait up with a bit of PVA tape to stop it flaying around on the cast. I have sometimes wound it in with the hook actually embedded into the bait where it's flown around on the cast. So to stop that happening, a little bit of the PVA tape just cures that. And that's going to sit out nice and straight and will be in contact with the lead really quickly. And that's the thing I like about this rig. It's very stiff, it's very springy, and as soon as it goes in their mouth, they're feeling the weight of the lead. And that is exaggerated massively by that fella there. That's called a cog lead, which stands for centre of gravity. You can see there, I'm picking the lead up from the very centre of the lead. Now you would have seen this on some of our other films a couple of years ago. We've been mucking around with it for quite a long time, and we've come up, if I pull this out, with that little fella there. So you've got a swivel basically with a peg moulded around it. And that gives you two options. You can fish with it as a hinge, so if I hold that, you can fish with it as a hinge, like that. Yeah, and there's another version where you can fish with it fixed, which I'll show you in a minute. But that basically pushes back into the side of the lead, like that. And that forms your lead system. And then when the fish picks up the bait, what basically happens, that'll come off like that. And if I keep shaking the lead comes off as well. So it turns into a normal lead clip system. And you can see on this one, it's actually attached to a hybrid lead clip. So there's going to be a couple of options with these. One is attached to a hybrid lead clip, and then the other one is just for a normal lead clip. So your bit of tubing and rubber will just push on the back. If I can put that lead back on again. It's exactly the same as fishing a normal lead clip. So I'm just wetting that, pushing it back over the end. Doesn't need to go on very far because the cog system is taking the force of the cast. That pushes back into there like that, and that is the system ready to go. And with a stiff link like that and the thick tubing I've got on the end there, that's the dark matter tubing, it hardly ever changles. I still watch it in the air to make sure it's okay, but I'm more than happy to cast this at night and know that it's sitting perfectly on the bottom, and it's been really successful for me here and loads of other places all around Europe. And then the second option, almost exactly the same. So lead is set up everything the same, but can you see there at the front of the lead, I haven't got a hinge, I've got an anti-tangle sleeve that pushes everything out straight. This is Ali's preferred way of fishing it. He thinks it's better for anti-tangle. Personally, I like the hinge system, but he likes the fact that that anti-tangle sleeve throws everything out. And having that sinker in the middle of the hook link obviously helps to do that. But like me, he wants the hook link out perfectly straight. So when the fish picks it up, it's in contact with that lead straight away. And that is the beauty of this system. You're picking up the whole lead immediately. And I'm absolutely convinced that this catches me more fish than a normal lead clip setup. You might be thinking, well, why didn't I use it at Carpasons? Well, I did the first night, had 5 fish on a normal lead clip system. It suited the ready tied rigs that I was using as well, so I just carried on using it. But if the fishing is tough, this is my #1 choice. And obviously this works perfectly when you're dropping it out of a boat as well. And the leads go right up to 8 ounces on this type of system. So you can fish a long distance, up against snags, fish a really tight line when it's really, really windy, and the fish is picking the whole thing up from the heaviest point, and it turns straight into a normal lead clip, so it will dump the lead when you need it to. So that is my preferred system for fishing over boilies. We'll just finish off with the hook bait. We teased you at Carpasons, and I'm not going to tell you what this one is. All I'll say, it's peaches and cream. So you'll have to work out what flavour combination I've put in there. But basically, high attract hook baits at the start of the week, and then going over to probably matching the hatch at the end of the week. So that's a hybrid cork dust slow sinker. When the fish have eaten loads and loads of bait, I'll swap over from the high attracts to the matching ones, and hopefully we'll be snaring a big one. Yeah. As you can see, it's a very strong westerly wind at the moment. It's been up to gale force southwesterly, which is coming right across me, and I knew that was going to happen looking at the weather. So I've chosen to fish with a tapered subline. So I've got 033s, the main length of subline, going up to an 050 thick section at either end of the spool. That enables you to reverse it if you do get cut off. The 033 absolutely sails out. It's not a long way for me, 112 yards, but I want to do it with pinpoint accuracy. I'm using a cog lead as well, which doesn't cast as well as a normal lead clip. It's probably more like casting an inline. And I just want to make sure that I'm dropping it bang on the money, irrespective of the wind. 033 breaks at about 14 pounds in a straight pull, and obviously the 050 breaks at about 40 pounds. But the good bit about it is the diameter. It gives you such abrasion resistance in that last 15 metres and makes the casting that much easier as well. And the rod is the faithful 12 foot 3 3/4 Bezier. You can see there's a fantastic battle curve in it. This is my preferred rod for sort of multi-range fishing. If I know I'm going to be fishing a long way out, 120, 130, 140, 150, then I'll swap over to the 13 foot Bezier in 3 3/4. I've got them with me, but I just don't need them. The range I'm fishing at is more than comfortable with these rods. And my advice is, if you're doing lots and lots of long range fishing, get the 13 footers, either the Beziers or the Infinities. They definitely cast further than the 12s. And a certain Mr. Darryl Peck's been doing 160, 170 yards with them, and he reckons he can get further with the Beziers than he can with the Infinities. More expensive, but they're slimmer, crisper, faster recovery, and just an all-round nicer rod to use. The Infinities are still fantastic, but with these new carbons, it's just making the Beziers just that little bit better. So I'm going to shut up now, concentrate on this fish, see if we can get him in the net. He's nailed on that IQD rig, I can see it in his chops. Gotcha! Wicked. What lovely condition this fella's in. A proper chunky one, solid as a rock, 33 pounds on the button, and another one tamed on my new favourites, the Beziers.
When you're fishing big waters in Europe, anywhere like Gigantica or some of the expanses that you're likely to come across, it's important to have the right hardware, because you could be fishing 20 yards out on here, or you could be fishing 120 yards out. And I want to be able to fish there accurately and with ease, you know. I want to make sure the leads are landing there every time. The last thing you want to be doing is having repeated casts to get somewhere. And my choice of hardware is simple. It's an Infinity DF 13 foot 3 3/4. Now that might sound like a broomstick to you, but I promise you it isn't. The other myth that people tend to attribute to a 13-foot rod is that smaller people can't compress them. Now I'm 5'5", and I promise you it's made casting a long way very easy. I don't know what it is, it's the increased casting arc, but that extra foot really does make a difference. My casting style is quite simple. I take a big step forward, I have my arms straight, and right arms are locked up there, everything parallel to the floor, then a big step forward, and as I do that, pull hard with the left hand whilst keeping the right arm straight, and I tell you what, these propel leads out very quickly and very easily. Now, to complement that, you've got to have the right reel. There's no point having a real powerful rod and then having a tiny little spooled reel on there, because the coils of line coming off won't be right, and there just won't be the flow of line to match the acceleration of the lead. I use a Bezier QDX, and I've used them for a few years now, and the length of spool complements the line, and the 50mm butt rings on the Infinity DFs beautifully. You know, it does make casting really easy. And onto the line itself, I'm using the tapered subline. Now there's two reasons for that. One is I want the lower diameter of the 12 pound to get me out there in the first place, but because I'm using the choddy on the line and there's a lot of weed out there, I love the added security of having a shock leader on there that's all blended in. There's no knots, nothing for the weed to get caught around, but more importantly, that choddy on the line is sinking under the weight of that heavy leader beautifully, so it really does complement it very nicely. The other important aspect is, like I say, there's weed out there and I don't want them fish cutting through it. You've got to have the right tackle to match the situation. You know, a lot of people might sacrifice fish safety just to get a rig out there to where they see the fish, but for me it's all about having balance, and that's what the tapered subline gives me. And talking about using those choddies on the line, It's important to have a fair bit of slack, because if you imagine, if I had a tight line going all the way out to the lead, the likelihood is they'll be lifted off the bottom and not fishing how I want them. So I've got to have a bit of a belly in the line, so it's going out to there nicely, allowing probably the last 30 to 40 yards towards the lead to be all sunk down, and then gradually coming up from the depths of Gigantica to the rod tip. You know, I don't want it all bedded down because there's a lot of weed between me and the rig, so I want a fair bit of line off it. If you have a look from the rod tips, you'll notice there's just a nice drop in the line, and that's just about perfect. So there's my hardware for big fish waters. If you're not using a boat to get your rigs out and you need to cast, then the Infinity DF 13 foot 3 3/4 is the one for me. Well, how about this? The camera crew, I might call this the cameraman fish, because they just left the site. I'd recast 2 of my rods back on the spot after baiting up this afternoon. It'd been dead for me for 48 hours, but this one has come at just the right time, really, proper giving me a lift. Right out of the blue, just recast the rod probably 30, 40 minutes ago, and it ramped off. Same hook bait, that caramelly, garlicky, peachy number that I had out there, but I'm absolutely made up. 39 pounds, 15 ounces, how about that? That's pretty close, wasn't it? But it doesn't matter when they look like this. Awesome, what a way to go into the night.
So that's another load of bait in the swim, hopefully to draw the fish back in so I can get a few more bites. Baiting up with a boat is an art form. It does take a little bit of practice, and I'd recommend you start doing it on somewhere like this that's not an inland sea. I've been out in the boat on 12,000 acres before, and it's pretty hairy, I can tell you. So for a lake like this where I'm actually casting out to mark my spot, I've got a DF marker rod, and I've got a Bezier reel loaded with floating braid that absolutely sails out there. And you remember at the start of the session I used just a lead to feel what was out there, got happy with my spot, and I used the marker float to give me a point of reference when I'm out there. So basically I've unlooped the lead and then replaced it with the marker float system, and then that's clipped up at exactly the same range as I'm fishing. And if I lose my mark, I've put a little tiny bit of marker elastic on there that lines up with the butt ring of the rod, and then I put the line under the clip and I know it's the same distance. And if I want to check it during the session, just in case that little bit of marker elastic has moved, all I do is go around my Signet distance sticks, in this case it's 28 times, and clip it up again. That's one of the beauties of having those sticks. You can never lose your mark. You can always check and make sure it's going out in the same position, because if you cast the float out, bait up, and then wind it in without marking the line, what tends to happen is the float creeps towards you each time you do it. And over a few days you can find that you're maybe a rod length closer to you than you were when you started the session. So it's really important to either go around the sticks or use the marker elastic. So the float's out there, popped up to the surface. That's really sort of in the centre of my spot if I can. If I've got rods out, then I tend to cast it in between 2 rods so that I don't pick up one of the rods. And obviously then I've got somebody in the swim minding the rods while I go out and bait up. But if you haven't got somebody there, then I recommend you wind all the rods in first, bait up with a boat, and then cast out afterwards. And boat safety, absolutely paramount importance. At Gigantica here, it's one of the rules. If they catch you out in a boat without a life jacket on that's properly done up, you're off straight away. And I completely agree with that. You don't hear about it much, but European anglers die every year through falling out of boats. They've got far too many clothes on. Some have got waders on, which drags you down as well. They haven't got a life jacket on. They're over the side, sometimes at night, and that's the end of them. At the end of the day, your life is the most important thing. So a decent life jacket that is done up. If it's not done up, it will just come straight off you when you go in the water. You might hit your head on the way in. That's the end of you. So I've measured bait out in advance. Here we're using the hybrid boilie because it gets fed on Gigantica all the time. It's a fantastic boilie that I've used all around the world. I caught really well on it in South Africa earlier on in the year. I've caught brilliantly on it in the UK as well, and the fish absolutely love it here. That's laced with hemp oil, so the mainline hemp oil all over the top 24 hours before. That soaks in and gives me a lovely slick on the surface when the fish start eating it. And how much you put in is absolutely key. On that particular run, I only put 2 kilos out. 24 hours has gone by, I've not had a bite, I've had a few little indications, I've seen fish showing, which suggests the fish have been in there eating it, but I haven't caught anything. If I'd had 2 or 3 bites a day, I'd probably put 4 kilos out. Because I've not caught anything, a couple of kilos and just a few tiger nuts over the top is just enough to refresh the area. And if they're not eating the boilies, hopefully they'll be eating the tigers. And how you spread it is really important as well. You see a lot of people, when they're baiting up with a boat, it all goes in one spot. You know, and there's a rod over there with no bait around it at all. And you'll see me really spreading it. So I've got a scoop and I'm spreading it the whole width of my swim. So it's wider than where I'm actually fishing my rods, probably 5 or 6 foot wider. It's behind and not in front. So I've got no fish feeding over my line. It's all level with the float and behind it. And you'll see as well that I'll throw some out a lot further past the float. And what I'm trying to do is draw fish in from the middle of the lake. So I'll put a line at the back. Hopefully any fish moving about the back of my area, oh, there's a bait, there's a bait, there's a bait, draws them up into the area. They get confidence eating more and more bait, get to your rig before they get to your line, and bang, you've got them. And also the time of day that you bait up is absolutely key. Yesterday I left it far too late. I baited up just as Ali caught one. So obviously the fish were feeding and I went out there in the boat and baited up probably right on top of them. So today I've done it quite a bit earlier in the day, let the swim settle. I'm going to go and have the lovely barbecue that they do at Gigantica here, let the swim rest for a couple of hours, 3 casts back out against the clip and I'm fishing again. And the cardinal sin is don't go out in the boat at first light. Don't wind all your rods in and recast. Don't go out in the boat and bait up over the top of feeding fish. Let the morning feeding spell subside, wait until it all goes quiet and then do it, and then hopefully you won't scare away the fish that are already out there, because that is the time to get a bite on any lake. So that is baiting up with a boat. Think about how much you're putting in, think about when to put it in, and most of all, be safe. Well, they all went out perfectly, all within the kill zone. There's plenty of bait out there at the moment, and it is Big Fish Thursday. Historically, this lake has done lots of big fish on Thursday night, and to make it even better, it's full moon tonight, and the lake fishes really well on a full moon. There's definitely something in it. I don't know what it is, but the pull of the moon does affect the fish's movements, and they reckon that moon rise halfway through and moon set at the peak times, and it's about to be moon rise in 38 minutes. So you never know, I might get one before it gets dark, but if I don't, hopefully the moon man will shine on me and we'll have a big one to show you in the morning. Well, we promised you a carp, and the moon man has provided us with a carp, and what a stunner it is. A fish called Wodka at 39 pounds. Not a massive fish for Gigantica, but in general terms a very, very big carp. And he came just on first light this morning on the right hand rod on the Match the Hatch hook bait, a hybrid slow sinker. So I'm changing all the rods to that, and we'll see what today brings. You will see throughout this fishing film and a lot of the stuff that we do on television that the members of Team Korda will be donning new fishing outfits. Korda have now moved into fishing clothing. We started off with t-shirts, did a few designs last year, they were extremely popular, and we've kept one of those in the range the whole time. That's the Carp and Bubbles one that runs down the side of the t-shirt. And then we've got new ones like this one, so you've got a nice motif of a carp there that's done in like a tattoo style, and you've got other bits down the back of it, and it basically says, "Searching for the monster mirror." And that's all written in ancient Chinese writing. And then it will change to common and leather as well as the range expands. It comes in various different colours and various different sizes as well. The t-shirts from small right up to 3XL. So there's something for the long shanks and also the wide gapes. We're moving into trousers as well. These are the lightweight, quick dry rip stops. So these have got mosquito repellent in them as well. Obviously, if you get them wet when you're holding a fish, they dry out really, really quickly. It's really nice features on these, and they're shaped the same as your legs, so you can move around in them, crouch down by your rods, and they don't tighten up like a lot of the combats that you buy. And there's also a lined version of these. You'll see some of the guys wearing the lined versions. They've got fleece on the inside. They feel absolutely delightful. They're going to be really warm in the winter, and again, they're the same shape, so you don't feel like the Michelin Man when you're walking around in them. There's going to be hoodies as well. We've got new caps in the range as well, and there's more and more stuff coming all the time. So keep an eye out in your local tackle shop for the new bits that are coming from Korda. I pay a lot of attention to line lay and line camouflage, and I try and get as much of it on the bottom as humanly possible. And you'll see in previous films I would have been using fluorocarbon in this swim. It would have been drooped down off the rod tip. There'd be no weight on the bobbins, and the line would be on the bottom all the way out to where I'm fishing. The lake has changed, so I'm going to have to change my fishing style. So what I've basically done is gone from fluorocarbon to the tapered subline. That doesn't sink quite so fast, but the most important thing is it's fished much tighter than I would normally fish. And the reason for that is there's great big banks of weed coming up off the bottom. There's no point having the line running along the bottom, over the weed and back down the other side. You basically want it tight through mid-water, touching the top of the weed, and then hopefully dropping down onto your feeding area so the fish don't come into contact with the line. And the way I've done that, whack out to the spot, hit the clip and feel it down. If I cast it slightly right or left of where I want it, because of the depth of water, I can go in the opposite direction, plunge the tip under the water, and I'm sinking the line and also dragging the rig more on target as I do it. So if I cast too far right, I'll run over to the left of the swim, plunge the rod in, and it will drag the rig slightly left, and hopefully it'll end up on the mark. And then I'll carefully sink the rest of the line by holding it in the tips of my fingers. You can easily over tighten it and pull the lead out of position, and in this case maybe pull it into a bit of weed. So you've got to be so careful, get it all under the surface film, and then I'll put it on the rest and tighten it up, and basically the bobbin will be sitting right at the top, and you'll see the line creep round, creep round, creep round, so it's still through mid-water, and it eventually be pointing directly at where the lead is hit the bottom. Then I'll take the bobbin off, slacken off, and let that subline sink a little bit. And what I want, you've got a heavy bit at the end because that's where the thick leader element is. That will sink first, and you just pay more off, and hopefully you get a nice sort of shallow sort of curve, so it's along the bottom and then just coming up into the weed and then back up to the rod tip. And then the bobbin goes on, and you can notice here I've got the stows on with the smallest weight added to it, so there's just a little bit more tension on the line. We've had some real savage crosswinds during this session, and that extra bit of weight just stops the Delkims going off when they shouldn't. And the buzzers, my old faithful TXI Delkims, take these absolutely everywhere. I've got them on at the head and also on at the bivvy, so I've got a cordless remote system, so if I'm asleep at night I'm straight out and onto the rod. And these are set up on plus, which basically means it takes less vibration to set them off, makes them even more sensitive, and I've got the sensitivity wound up to number 6, so as sensitive as they go. And as you can see, got a little bit of a crosswind. They're not going off at the moment. It's been absolutely hacking across here, and I've been getting no false bleeps at all. So let's imitate a bite on +6. That's it. That's as much as it goes. That's screwed up tight, that reel. If I really pulled, a little bit of line had come off. But can you see, as I'm holding it, the Delkim's still going off. And that's the vibration system. If you use a roller buzzer, that wouldn't happen. As soon as the line stopped rolling forwards, you wouldn't get any bleeps. But with Delkims, you carry on getting bleeps, and then bang, I'm straight out to the rod, wind down, and I'm into it. And if the wind dies down completely, I'd probably take the extra weight off the bobbins just to make the whole thing a little bit more sensitive. I like to fish a semi-slack line if I can. Obviously the weed stops me doing that completely, but if I can get it all draped down, I just feel happier that the fish can come into the swim and feed without touching the line. Everyone loads their barrow differently. I'm using the Mark 4S, which is a real big barrow. It's got a wheel that takes the shock out of it as you're going along and takes loads of kit. Now, first of all, I put my camera bag and everything in that pannion in there, just unzip that. All my waterproof clothing and stuff goes in there. My camera tripod, a little rake I've got, all the sort of stuff where I'm not going to go to very often, that goes in there first. And then my bed chair goes on legs at either end like that. That slots perfectly into that position, and then I basically build everything up on top of my bed chair. So I've got my cooking bag with all my food and everything goes on there, and then 4 of those tracker buckets fit perfectly next to that, and that covers up the top part of the bed chair. And then on the back of the barrow across here, I'll put my bed chair buddy, and then my unhooking mat goes on top of that, and I might throw a pair of boots and all that sort of thing in that little gap as well. I don't tend to use the stand that comes with it that your rods go on, because a lot of the time I've got 2 rod bags. I've got one with my marker rod and everything in it, and I've got my fishing rod one as well. And then my bivvy goes down the centre. So once it's fully loaded like that, I'll just check that it's nice and balanced. Water bottle goes right on the front. That gives it a little bit of extra weight over the wheel, and that's what makes these cart portals so good. All the weight is going over the wheel, so you're not lifting everything, it's basically balanced. So once it's all gone on, I've got a couple of guy ropes. The bungees go over the top like that. They're made for the job over the top of it. You could put a cover over the top of it as well. They do supply those, but I prefer to just get to me swim and then get it all unloaded. So that's that one. Daryl uses a completely different one to me. He uses the Mark II puncture proof. It's a smaller barrow, and the puncture proof wheel is much thinner, so it cuts through the grass better. It's a little bit more unstable in the mud, but it does push along a lot easier. Now he loads his differently to me as well. He's still got the pannion in there, and all his bank sticks, buzzer bars, his pegs, all that sort of stuff goes into that. And then on top of that, his bed gear goes on, but it goes on the other way round, so the legs are on the outside. He doesn't use these side bits on here. That reduces the weight as well, and basically his bed chair forms the space that all his kit goes on. He's got a big tracker barrow bag, that goes on the front, and then a bivvy goes down the side of that, and then he's got his cooking bit at the back and his unhooking mat in the remaining space. So basically he builds it up just like I do, but in a different configuration. And then on top of that, both his rods go on the top of there, straps go over, and he's off. And Daryl's known for fishing off his barrow. So basically, if he's chasing the fish around, he'll keep all his available stuff in that pannion, and then he'll just go round to a swim, won't set anything up, a couple of rods out, maybe get a bite, the fish have moved off somewhere else, round again on the barrow again. And he said the more loaded someone's barrow, the more I like it, because I can move around really quickly and get on the fish before the guys have even thought about packing up. Now, I've been quoted in the press of saying this is probably the best bit of tackle that's come out in the last 20 years, and I stand by that, because the amount of gear that you can put on one of these means that you can go to the swim in one go, you can move easily. How we used to carry it, I just will never know. Those are the barrows from Cart Porter. I wouldn't go fishing without one. Get in the net, get in the net. Yes! Have I got him, have I got him? Yes, get in! Come on! Well, how about that? I thought that was a bream, and it's not. It's a great big mirror carp, and it looks like one that hasn't been out for quite a while. That was proper hairy out there. Big old weed bed he was in. I really thought it was just going to be a bream popping up to the top, and it was a great big carp. Thank God I took the unhooking mat out with me. Right, let's get him in the sling, get him back in the water. And that was the problem. If you can see there, the light, look at all that weed. That's what the fish had got in. It was hairy, but we got him. Okay, zero the scales first of all. Slide him in. There we go. Okay, fins are all flat, tail's okay. Straight on the mat. If I lift him, Al, do you want to take the thing out of the way?
£60, isn't it?
I don't think so, no. No. It's definitely the twin, though.
Yeah.
It's very flat along there.
It's definitely a monster.
Definitely a monster, though, mate.
Here we go.
Just think about your bonus next year, yeah, when you read it out.
Mate, I thought you've been in practice.
Come on.
I thought you were in practice.
Come on.
60.
Yeah?
60. Hang on, man. 62 and a half, I'd say.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Get in! Yes!
How's that for your bonus?
Oh, get in! Well, we promised you a monster from Gigantica, and here it is, 62.5 pounds, a fish called the twin, one I dearly wanted to catch. And what a way to end our masterclass. Just want to say thank you so much to all the lakes that have let us film there, and thank you to all the fantastic anglers that have shared all their secrets to help you catch monsters like this. Get in.